Oh, this is good. This way.
A couple of days ago, Tom mentioned that he thought the Equality Act was somehow a good thing. Please read this and see how this takes more freedoms for girls and women, religions, to the point of punishing them. I'll just forward this to you, Tom. This John Lachero guy has Oprah Winfrey after him. He's had Oprah Winfrey after him for years.
How do you know that?
Because he emails that. He's been emailing me for 5 years telling me how the Federation, Oprah Winfrey, and Joyce Myers are run-ins. It's just crazy. They're racketeers for underground lick pool. I mean, it just makes no sense.
Right.
This guy is off the charts crazy. Talking about, doesn't even make sense, but also talking about Jay-Z. I don't know if they're all after him.
Chelsea, Chelsia.
It looks like you have it spelled right. I've never seen it spelled any other way. Hey, Tommy, have you ever seen the way Mark spells response with a C?
Oh, P-O-N-C-E.
How would you spell pounds?
It's response with an S.
How would you
It's
spell
not
pounds?
C. It's not response. It's response. Ross is in studio today. I saw him laughing, so he must be feeling better.
Oh, good.
All right.
That's good.
Yeah. Well, you gotta find a different place for that thing, Dave. There it goes.
You know that SUV that Tiger was in?
Yeah.
The Genesis GV80?
Yeah.
You realize it's got feet fucking airbags? They said that probably saved his goddamn, career. I mean, he's fucked up, don't get me wrong, his legs. But if you ever heard of airbags by the pedals, I didn't even know they fucking existed. Never fucking heard of
Do the what?
airbags by the feet.
Oh, no,
Feet
no.
fucking airbags. It's got feet goddamn airbags. And they went off. They said it probably saved his fucking feet. Fucking feet airbags. How are you not as impressed as me? I never fucking heard of it. Have you ever heard of a car with feet fucking airbags? They said if it was a G-Wagon, he'd be dead.
And it did not.
Okay.
I see what you're saying.
He's almost got like a baby face, too.
Yeah, George definitely has a baby face. George is also about 50 pounds heavier now.
Oh, is he? Yeah, COVID, man. I'll tell you, if you didn't watch it during COVID, I know a lot of people pack on that weight, boy. Not only that, man, I bet drinking is triple. There was one month, I don't even remember what it was, April,
Mark,
maybe May.
everything we said came to true as far as the disadvantages of the lockdown.
Oh my God, it's horrible. Are you kidding? You know who did good? Oklahoma and Florida. Those governors did it. Oklahoma's actually got,
Sweden, by the way.
they got money in the pot right now. Most states are dying and begging the feds.
By the way, did you know what you call did well?
Who?
Sweden.
Oh yeah, the ones that really didn't lock anything down. They did what I kept saying. You put the old people, the vulnerable, up.
Something is going on at a nuclear facility in Israel, long linked to the country's suspected nuclear weapons program. Photos analyzed by the Associated Press appear to show a dig about the size of a soccer field that goes straight down several stories. Rena Roy, ABC News.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company customizes your home insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
As a minimalist, paying less for insurance is more.
Nice place. Is your house a bubble?
It's a dome. I find corners unnecessary.
At Liberty Mutual, that's how we feel about overpaying for insurance.
But I do miss having shelves.
What would you put on them?
Nothing, obviously.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, Matthew, we need to restock those sleeping bags.
Indeed knows unexpected.
On says crews are working hard to clear the roads.
The snow operations have been on the snow shift since yesterday, and encountering significant conditions depending upon where snow squalls move to the metro area.
Howard, this is Suzanne with the Tino Show. How are you? Sir, sure. Okay. Thank goodness, because it dawned. Oh, no, that's fine, and you have time, Howard. Can you hear me okay, though? Can you hear me okay, or you need to put your hearing aids in? Let me know when you have them in, because I have something to say to you. Sure. Okay.
Oh, must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 800-522-4700.
You're welcome for nothing.
This is Rick Hines of Ideal Home Loans. And if we all spent time at home during 2020,
No, I mean for showing me the other day.
Oh, it's so intuitive, man.
home improvement project started in 2021. We can have you tapping in your.
What I show you how to do the login.
Oh no, dude, you updated a listing and I watched.
Oh, okay.
It was cool. And I'm doing it now. I'm just having a good time. I won't be able to do them all the time, but
They're a pain in the ass.
yeah, but look, it's a very nice site that we have. I love our site.
Well, you're going to see a big difference real soon.
Ideal Home Loans can help, and you don't have to start over.
I'm doing away with all his photographs and putting up new ones.
867
So,
that's 867-7000. Or as always, you can apply online at idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756 for terms and conditions. Call 844-45.
We've become so much more than a fixed frequency from a radio tower. Take your radio with you. 630 KHOW is now available on multiple platforms and thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere.
Stream online.
At KHOW.com. It's your chance to win $1,000. Text the nationwide keyword HOPE to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's HOPE to 200-200. This
really hope that you will call us if you need help on anything, because I've dedicated my life to helping people, and it's been 40 years in Denver. Thank you. Recovering hundreds of millions of dollars, literally and mathematically, in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, and services. And speaking of services, you can depend on the services we recommend along with the products. One of them is realcbd.works.com. That's Panacea Life Sciences. I'm telling you, it can get you through the day. Just those little aches and pains, anxiety, and systemic inflammation, also inflammation of the specific joints you might have a problem with, but it's realcbd.works.com. And you get 30% off by using Tom and the promo code Panacea Life Sciences. They're made right here in Golden, distributed nationwide. So welcome. Jacqueline has a problem we're going to get to. What is going on with Jacqueline? What's happening? And if you're new to the show, hang on, you'll love it. We have all kinds of things we talk about. We often get experts from referralist.com on to answer. You know, we have all kinds of experts at our disposal because they're part of our team. Then we have sleazbrigade.com, which is just the opposite of Referralist. And by the way, I have updated that a bit. And Suzanne, I'm still waiting for any photos you can find, but I want you to go on Sleaze Brigade and see what I added. Oh, I don't know.
We'll put the names out there because maybe someone listening can send us a photo.
Now, Robert Bridges you found, but I'm looking for Lemoyne.
The Lemoyne guy, Marshall Lemoyne.
Marshall Lemoyne is a scumbag. If anyone's listening, Aspen, what is it? Wait, I got to find the name of it.
Aspen Consulting? Is that right?
I'll find it.
Was that the log home one?
Yeah. And also, but he has an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. Which
so does Don Eiley, who's doing 12 to 14 in federal prison.
Do people understand that the Better Business Bureau is truly a thing of the past? I mean that sincerely. All people have to do is pay a membership fee, you answer a complaint, and you get an A-plus. We have a guy in federal prison for ripping off millions of dollars, sitting in prison, and he has an A-plus rating. Hey, Jacqueline, what's going on with Home Depot?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning to you. What's going on?
I paid for the purchase and installation of 9 interior doors.
Okay, now did you pay Home Depot?
I'm still paying Home Depot, yes.
Okay, so did they arrange the installation?
Yes.
Okay, and you paid them for the installation. In other words, they didn't say, hey, call this guy for installation. They arranged everything.
Right, it's their subcontractor.
Got it. But the contract was with Home Depot for 9 of them, and that included installation.
Yes.
Okay, so what's going on?
Well, they came and installed the doors, very little information, just quick install.
Sure.
I stayed out of the way.
Yeah.
I don't know how this works.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot since.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they installed the doors, and I was walking around just before they left. They were packing up their things, and I noticed that one of the doors wasn't closing. And so one of the installers came back up and took a look at it and, did something to it and then said, yep, all set. And then they left.
Okay. So where does it stand? Where does it stand today? How many? Just tell me, how many of the doors are you having an issue with?
Oh, I have 4 that I need to have completely replaced.
What? Wait. Reinstalled or replaced?
Well, repurchased and,
Why?
And reinstalled.
Why?
Yeah.
Did he ruin them?
They did ruin them. They ruined the doors. They ruined the
How
door
were 4
stops,
doors?
my door
Tell me how
stops,
4
and my
doors.
frame.
Tell me how 4 doors were ruined.
Well, they installed them and they beat up my door stops and things. So the door stops are now crooked.
On the new doors. On the new doors.
On the new doors, yes.
So 4 doors were ruined.
Yes.
And what else?
So 2 days after.
Oh wait, is that the only problem?
They were installed.
What about the other 5 doors?
The other 5 doors, they need to be remortized, from what I understand.
What is that?
Another installer.
What does that mean?
They have to take the hinges off and recut the area where the hinges fits in, because they did it wrong.
Didn't it come
in backwards?
May I ask?
Amazing.
Did it come in a frame? Did it come with the jambs or just the doors?
No, just the doors.
Wait a minute. Then how can 9 of them, 4 of them, be bad? You said something about what was ruined on those 4?
Well, they installed them just unpainted and things.
How did they ruin the door? Just get to that part. How did they ruin the door?
Getting to that part.
Good, thank you.
I have a swamp cooler.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It was running before, during, and after.
Okay.
Through inspection and everything.
Yeah.
Okay. So apparently the swamp cooler causes the moisture in the house, which caused the doors to swell.
Okay.
So the doors swelled and would no longer fit in the frame.
So what did they do?
2 days. They told me that it was my fault because I painted the doors too soon, and then they had somebody else come out who told me I painted the doors too late.
Jacqueline,
and that,
can't those doors be planed to fit?
They can be planed. Some of them would have to be. The 4 that are damaged, they were rubbing on the frame so much that it's rubbed off the MDF, so it's taken the texture off of the doors.
Oh, I see. Listen, Jacqueline, what is Home Depot? Let's get right down to it. 9 doors, 4 of them ruined, 5 of them need to be reset. So what are they going to do for you?
Well, they offered, they insisted that the original contractor come out. There were other things. I got it.
That's because Home Depot. That's because Home Depot paid them once and are going to make them do it.
Yeah, but why? Of course, I don't care if it was through Home Depot or not. I mean, the original contractor should have a chance to fix it.
Right. Well, he came out and looked at the doors and said he wanted to further adjust my door stops. And then.
Well, you're talking about the thresholds? When you say door stops?
It's.
Jacqueline, listen.
Edge that the door meets.
At the bottom? At the bottom?
All from top to bottom.
Okay, listen.
And around the edges.
All I need to know is this. Here's what I want to do. Without getting mired in detail, help me out here.
Yep.
Is the original contractor willing to fix the doors?
He was, yes.
Okay. Did he try and you're still not happy?
No, I turned them down because he came out and wanted to cut down the doors that they'd already cut down.
Okay, Jacqueline, here's what I think, okay? And I promise you got to go through it. Give them a chance to fix it. I promise you, if it's not right, we have contacts at Home Depot. You got to give them a chance to fix it. So many times this happens. People say, I lost my faith, or I don't agree with what they want to do. Then let them hang themselves, people. Let them hang themselves. But at least give them a chance. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up.
Everyone loves The Office. Admit it. You wish you had a dummy. Instead, you have this, The Office Deep Dive Podcast, hosted by Brian Baumgartner, a.k.a. Kevin from The Office. Every week in this new hilarious podcast, Brian sits down with one of his old friends from The Office as they discuss their favorite moments on set and never-before-told stories. Your kids watching it? Never. You got on a keeper? Never watched it. Listen to The Office Dive on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's talk about the art of granite. It's run by Mitch Floria, who I know, and I've known him for many, many years. He's been on my referral list. I also recommend him for countertops. He's a direct stone importer, and also any solid surface countertop, including quartz. By the way, I thought quartz was like natural. It's kind of manufactured, but it's beautiful. It's the latest rage. They give you prices on the phone as well. Wholesale materials, tear out hallways free, bathrooms free. Call for details. Get your price, 303-386-5919. theartofgranite.com. Mark, you tell me that the referral list is doing gangbusters. We have to thank partly to Get Found Fast. What do they do? It's magic sauce.
You know, I'm not sure, but they actually showed me a lot in the Google panel, and before we started actually using them monthly, they did all that for free.
Get Found Fast will get you an analysis of your website and give you recommendations. We really do use these guys. You should too. GetFoundFast.com. The analysis is free. GetFoundFast.com.
Wouldn't it be great to escape to your own condo in the mountains, your own log cabin in the mountains, somewhere you can get away for long weekends or even work?
Now, Mark, I will use.
For American financing.
I'm going to start doing that more, but I just
is very affordable right now, thanks to interest rates that are still close to record lows.
It's better
when you work with American financing, you don't just benefit from custom loans, you actually get the full home buying experience because they partner with some of the top realtors in Colorado. So you can feel confident you're buying the right.
Hey, babe, can you put our P.O. box in the thing for me, the one in Franktown?
They are really in it for you. They're your one-stop shop when it comes to home buying. Open 7 days a week, including evening hours. So don't put off that dream home any longer. Move up to something bigger or buy a vacation home by calling 303.
And really, I don't want the P.O. box. I want the real, whatever the other thing's called.
Online at AmericanFinancing.net. One of the most common hospital therapies for trauma, vitamin deficiencies, dehydration.
Trump to speak on Sunday. I'll actually watch that, man. I have never watched CPAC in my entire life, besides snippets here and there on the news, but I think I will watch that.
I recommend Rocky Mountain IV Medics in the comfort of your home or office. Have a registered nurse at your door.
What do you mean?
I just hope he's not a fucking...
It doesn't matter if he's normal. They'll still say he's not normal. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, Becky?
Subject to terms and conditions. If you're a small business, you're probably looking for ways to stretch your down business days. So saving up to 30% on workers' comp insurance can mean more now than ever. That's why you owe it to yourself to check out your rate for insurance.
I like Howie.
Hi. It's easy to find out if you're leaving money on the table.
You like who, sir?
Howie Metz. Oh, I like him a lot. I've known Howie for...
Can I get him to let me do endorsement for him?
Yeah. Well, we already have that. We're at the max mark.
With a simple online...
Who says?
You and your Max. Welcome that anytime.
You and your Max.
No, seriously.
I don't even know why we have a Max.
You know what we got to. Because we're dedicated.
Ask your insurance agent.
We're dedicated to maximum results. Damn it, they're going to make me create a login. I don't know if this place is freaking normal or not.
The story is called
I think it's wrong, Howie, to have your people masked. I think it's wrong. I just think it's wrong. It's going to be wrong. It's wrong.
What are you talking about?
10 years ago, I started helping.
He has his masked people, and I think it's going to be dated for his new photos.
Oh, God, it's going to be
everything's masked. Everything's masked.
When it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for
No, I tell him that. Or just, maybe he just wants that and then he'll do new ones after the masks is gone, you know.
Stop the insanity today. Call my office now.
I'm the timeshare guy that sold you the timeshare. Now I'm going to help you get out of the timeshare I sold you. So I'm going to hate that guy.
For your free information kit.
That guy's a douche.
3344. 800-568-3344.
Hey, at least he's outright and honest.
3344.
I fucked you once, now I'm going to fuck you again.
On this pinpoint weather alert day, we have between 5 and 12 inches overnight, making for treacherous roads this morning. Sun comes out this afternoon up to 36.
Welcome to Side Manager.
Meteorologist Brooks Garner. This report
First,
is
I gotta make sure we're still live locally. I gotta hit save changes.
Call AAA.
That's how I know if I'm still in. If
Or
not,
your
they tell
home
me
to
to
replace a
relog
battery,
on.
fix a tire, or fill your tank with gas.
Once I do
Many
that,
times
I
it
can
get
choose
you
my
on
files
out
and
of
trash
code.
them.
Join today for a
Yeah.
schedule visit on AAA.com.
Hi, Tom Martin.
No, you're a troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. We were talking about free market analysis. That's what Frank does for you for the asking. And it's a true market analysis of what he thinks it'll bring to you on the open market. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. We have lines open at 303-713-TALK. Listen, people. You know why those lines should be filled? They are most days, but they should be filled because every day people are getting ripped off. Right now, you may be considering making a phone call, hiring somebody, signing a contract, making a decision, and doggone it, most of you will make major mistakes, even those looking to buy a car. And then what do? You call me afterwards. So call me now, before. Please, we want to help you. 303-713-TALK. And if you're listening to our ever popular podcast, 303-MARTINO, 24/7. We'll get back to you. 303, and that's 627-8466. So, Howard, what's happening?
Hi.
Hi, Howard.
First of all, I'm a 79-year-old man, and I had bladder cancer, and I had my bladder removed, and that's a long-term recovery. You know, it's not a few days like it is for heart surgery.
Yeah.
It's like 3 months.
You know what's amazing, Howard?
Anyway,
Howard, let me just explain something. There's something amazing with people and their voices. I get some people that are 59, 62, 64, and they sound like they can hardly crawl out of bed. And then you call, and how old did you say you are? 79?
79.
And you sound so spry. It's amazing to me how a person's, I don't know, something about their voice can reflect how they feel about life. I just get the feeling that you are up and you're a go-getter and you're not a kind of person that just lets nature take its course. Anyway, I just wanted to make that comment, Howard. Go ahead. Explain your problem.
Okay. All right. So anyway, at the end of the first month I was in a nursing place where they just, took care of me. I was in the bed and that was it. In order to get out of there, I had to prove I could walk.
And I could tell that didn't set well with you, did it?
Well, no, I proved I could walk. They helped me. I mean, I had to take physical therapy in order to walk. But then the second month, I was brought to a place that I needed my long-term care insurance for. The first month is covered by Medicare, but Medicare, they don't cover you for what I had for more than getting out of the nursing home and being able to walk. And and I didn't have any place to go because I had.
All right, so where does this all?
My home.
Where does this all get to now? We want to help you. So
okay.
How can we help?
So anyway, I had an emergency, and just one moment, my hearing aid dropped out of my ear. Okay, all right. I had an emergency, and I was in my room, and I had a device that they sold me for $200 that was on my arm, as like a wristwatch, that if I pressed it with my finger, that would summon them on an emergency basis, and they would come into my room and get me and do whatever you do in an emergency. Meanwhile, my doctor had given them instructions that if my temperature reached 101, they should send me to an emergency hospital, and she even specified which hospital was her hospital, and but with an ambulance. I pressed the button several times, and nobody came. And after 15 minutes, I decided to try an alternative, and I called them with my cell phone at the front desk. Front desk said they're in a meeting and they can't be disturbed.
Oh my God! Did you tell them? Did you tell them you were a resident in urgent need?
Yes. Oh yes.
Oh my God!
And all right. And they can't be disturbed, but I will give them a note.
What's the name of this place? What's the name of this place?
The Bonaventure. It's the Bonaventure in Castle Rock. It's just beautiful. You know, it's
is it
facility?
Did you say
I recommend
Bonaventure.
Bonaventure.
Bonaventure. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. So then I waited another 15 minutes. And nobody came, so I called again with my cell phone. But I was kept on pressing, by the way, this other button on my hand, and then I realized there was a pull string in the apartment, so I pulled that button. Okay, and they came, but the total number of minutes before they reached me was 65. It turned out that I had a temperature of 101.9. And my doctor, as I said, specified that that I should be taken in the ambulance, and so then they deliberated what they're going to do with me, and they wanted permission to have somebody else in emergency, urgent care, come.
Yeah.
And so at the time. I gave my authorization because,
Yeah, hold on a sec. Hold on a sec. You said this place was excellent when I asked the name of it. You said Bonaventure. You said they're excellent.
They're excellent in regards of the aesthetics.
Oh.
The food.
Yeah, but Howard, let me tell you something. This is weird. You had an urgent situation, and they did not they did not respond to your button. You call the front desk and they put you on. They say they can't be disturbed. That's amazing to me. That sounds dangerous to me. I want to hear the rest of the story. I just wanted to say that. And by the way, we have lines open at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255 with problems, questions, complaints, or any issue you want to get off your chest. Howard, so what happened then? Okay, let's get right to it, man. This sucks.
Okay, so they finally came after 65
Yeah, of course, and then deliberated on what the hell to do with you.
Okay, so the hospital said that I could have come dead based upon how long this was and so on.
Got it.
Well, obviously I got well because I'm talking to.
So now what? Now what?
But the thing is that I want to make them. Well, one thing that you've already accomplished is I put their name out there and said what my experience was, and that I maybe already accomplished one of my goals. But I want to find out what this is what happened afterwards, and it also everything. It involves my insurance too. So
what happened? What happened? What's the issue?
Well,
I mean, believe me, you have an issue already, but what's the rest of it?
Okay, so when I was getting long-term care insurance through the fact that I had selected the Bonaventure, okay?
Yeah, got it.
Instead of some other places, okay?
Right.
And because there was a process.
I get it, man. So where are we going with the story? I get it. You triggered your long-term care because of the nature of the facility. Then what?
Okay. Then this event happened.
Right.
And I got the care of somebody who was one of these professional caregivers.
I get it.
Okay. They didn't want to cover her until she showed her certificate.
Howard, can you get to what the problem is? I don't know where we're going with your story.
The insurance company hasn't paid me for some of her work
And is some of that work they're not paying, is it at your home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what are you saying, because you were on long-term care, that short-term care, skilled care you needed is not being covered? What reason did they reject paying, Howard?
Yeah, right now it's not being covered.
But what is the reason they're not covering it?
They won't tell us. In fact, we've filed a lawsuit.
Okay, Howard, what is the company not covering it? Is it the long-term care or is it the other one? What coverage do you have that you expect to pay for this care worker?
It's called nursing coverage.
And what is it under? Nursing coverage under which plan?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to your question.
Here's what I'm asking. What are you covered by? You talked about long-term care. Is that what the nursing coverage is covered under?
Yes.
Okay. So you're telling me that they paid for your long-term care while you were convalescing, but they're not paying for this extra nursing care.
They paid for it while I was in the Bonaventure.
Got it.
And then to get out of the Bonaventure,
yes,
when I started to get out of the Bonaventure, they would not pay for the person that took over
at your home. At your home.
At my home.
Okay, yes. I got it. Is that called skilled or unskilled at your home right now?
Well, that's the question. You know,
is it? I'm asking you.
Urostomy, the person performs both services.
Okay, all right. Hold on. I get it now. Find out what coverage he has, Suzanne. If it's Social Security, Medicare. Listen, I want to get John Jones or someone from Integra Insurance on to address this. Then we have a comment on the Bonaventure coming up, along with a warning about a camper manufacturer.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown at 2, 630 KHOW.
You know, can I do another one? He's coming on soon. Can I do another 60 from later? Can you give me one? Huh?
Go nuts, and you just need to know another 60 that's coming up.
Like in the next 2 hours, 3 hours? If not, I'll just do something else. He's coming on. We're going to give out his number a 6 million times. And if not, I can do 2 of my own. You just tell me. I don't care.
You want to do O'Brien?
Okay, good. Yeah. Thanks, man.
Well, off-highway Sheridan remains closed both directions between...
Yeah, I just realized he's coming up.
Our crews are putting in a new power. Fox 31 pinpoint weather.
Hang on.
Hey, Hal, when you talk to a Dell Technologies advisor, you get someone who understands business artists and can provide small business solutions that make you feel truly heard.
833 Ask Blake. Dang right.
Here you go. O'Brien.
Copy.
O'Brien Legal Services is a law firm headed by Bradley O'Brien.
That is very important. If you are embarking on any real estate transaction, you should have an attorney at least review your documents, whether residential or commercial. Here's why. With a contract review, buying and selling docs, loan docs, leases, complicated deals, you can avoid problems. Also, disclosure issues. Are they supposed to disclose something? He can tell you that. It's just a few $100s compared to the many hundreds of thousands of dollars in the deal. What about property line disputes, fence issues, easements, access? Maybe somebody put a lien on your place. Adverse possession. Maybe you need a title and survey review, or you want to clear a title. Here's what you need. O'Brien Legal Services, OLSlaw.com, 720-370-7388.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal Home Loans, and if one of your goals in 2021 is to move into a different home because of the time...
Mark, come here. Why do I get this when I uploaded my photos?
Because you're ugly.
And I'm still logged in. I save changes. Let me show you. But it says here, oh, Now it went away. It says server error. I couldn't upload. So I choose a file. I'll go here. Can I do them all at once or one at a time?
No, you can do them all.
Now watch. Open. It'll get a server error. You'll see it. Now watch when you're watching.
Maybe they're too big. It's possible.
Okay, does it have a limit? It doesn't say.
I don't think I've ever hit it.
We can refer you to those we trust who can walk you through the whole process. Call today at 303-867-7000.
The Mets JPG. There. Okay, is that the only one that does it?
No, every one of them. Every one of them. There it goes. So, I mean, I need to
just do something else, just for the fuck of it. Upload something else.
You know it's a hassle.
Like maybe one?
Just anything. Yeah, any other picture besides those.
Okay.
So, a picture of you for that
I know. I'm going to find it. Find the picture now.
There. Let's do that. Then list your old home once you're all moved out. That means you'll never have to deal with showings, open houses, double moves.
Yeah, that one right. It might be a size issue.
Possible price.
Oh, right here, a maximum of 2.
Okay.
How big are they? Wow. I mean, if his are over 2, that's retarded anyhow.
Okay, got it. I'll look.
They got to be over though.
Okay. That's fine. Oh, I'm sorry. Here it is.
And then, oh, that's just recommended.
Didn't have to rush to
Oh my God, 13. Okay,
now, oh my God.
Sit down.
We'd have to buy.
Sit the fuck down.
We'd have to buy a new server.
Shut up. All right, I got it. So, Mark, when I bring that up on a photo program, I just save as and just reduce the size, right? What size should I make them?
It says right on there, right where it said 2 megabytes. It says.
To check out simplyfloorsinc.com. Not only do they have the newest LVT that's scratch resistant and waterproof, they also have the most beautiful lines of hardwood and carpet. They do free design services and they can save you up to 40% from the big box stores. The best service, the best prices, simplyfloorsinc.com.
What's the worst part of needing bladder control products? Carrying them around the store, that they're bulky and leak, running out when you need them most. All of the above. You deserve better. Get Because. Get Because, and you'll feel like you're in control. Because protective underwear feels like real underwear. They're so thin and comfortable, you'll be shocked to see they're 15% more absorbent than store brands. Get Because.
Still no word on vaccines.
Oh, in Florida, you can basically show up and get one now. And I'm not kidding. Isn't that crazy? Why is that? Why everywhere there's a Republican governor, things work?
I know.
Yeah. And right now, the first 100 listeners who hear this commercial and sign up at getbecause.com/free will get a free trial pack. Supplies are limited. Don't miss out. That's a free trial pack for the first 100 listeners who sign up right now at getbecause.com/free. Getbecause.com/free.
Warning. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. New Velomax nicotine pouches have arrived. You've got flavors with 5 new options, including wintergreen and cinnamon. You've got strengths with 2, 4, and a new 7 milligram strength. You've got freedom. They're tobacco-free, so you can enjoy them virtually anywhere. More flavors, more strengths, more freedom. You've got Velomax. Available at a convenience store near you or visit Velo.com. Nicotine products. Underage, sale prohibited. Start restricted to age 21 plus nicotine consumers. 630 KHAL. An iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Mike, you got a comment on the Bonaventure. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Tom, I just wanted to say, unfortunately what the gentleman was saying is the norm for Bonaventure. I've been in the senior living industry for 15 years, and they probably have one of the worst reputations in the senior living industry.
What do you do?
Run out.
What do you do for a living?
I used to be an executive director for assisted livings across the state of Colorado. Now I'm a center director for a company called Innovage. So we specialize in Medicaid and actually trying to keep people out of assisted livings and senior living facilities. But Bonaventure, they've been run out of Utah and Idaho because of their performance and how bad they treat their residents there. It's a company I would not recommend to my worst enemy for any reason ever.
Well, here's what I want to talk. I want to say. I'm putting the word out. I don't have a senior living facility in my wheelhouse, and I need one, and I want one. I'm putting the word out.
We had a great one, man, and the woman died, and the people that took it over were not good.
I want to represent senior living. I do, for a good one, that is. I want to do commercials and help people find good ones. So if anyone is listening and they need a representative or a spokesperson, I'm putting it out there, and I'll tell you why. It's a very selfish reason. I am getting older, right? I want to make sure seniors have safe, fun, good places to go to.
So you want to trade out your talent in order to live there?
No, but what I want to do is I want to be able to recommend a place, and I know Mark was fooling around, and that's and actually not a bad idea, but I would like to truly endorse a place that I can stand behind. But I'm going to warn you, if you're a schlock place, don't call me. But you call iHeart. You ask for Martino. Call 303 Martino. I'm serious now. I want to represent a senior living facility. I want to go. I want to look at it. I want to talk to the people. And I will fill your doors. But I want to make sure it's a great place. That's what I want. I'm putting it out there publicly. Seriously. Now, Jared, I need to talk to Jared. By the way, an interesting conversation coming up with Blake Harris with Mile High Estate Planning about Bitcoins, not only as an expert for protecting Bitcoins in your estate, something you've never thought about, but also he's somewhat of an expert in getting them and trading them. So, and I want to say one thing really quickly since we're on the topic. Mark, I read the original white paper written about
by Huma Juma.
Yeah, whatever. And that's a pseudonym for a group.
Yeah, correct.
Mark, I finally, honest to God, understand. I really do understand Bitcoins now. I do. And it is not a hocus pocus thing. In fact, because we did not understand it, it was due to the decentralization, which actually makes it secure and makes it that it will never go away. I absolutely love it. I read the original white paper, plus I read some other papers that make it crystal clear. So I don't want to belabor that right now. Jared, Integra Insurance, the brokers we recommend for people getting any kind of health insurance or supplements for Social Security, for Medicare or Medicare Advantage. Jared, we need to help this guy. Howard had bladder surgery. He was convalescing at Bonaventure Senior Living or whatever the hell it's called in Castle Rock. And to make a long story short, they didn't respond to him. He got screwed up. He had to, basically get out of there. He's home now and he needs special care. All right, so here's the problem. He needs special care and he has somebody at his home coming in, and now his insurance is not paying for it. Howard, may I assume you had a separate long-term care policy, right?
Yes. Well, they call it nursing coverage.
Got it.
The nature of it was that they gave me $100,000 coverage the moment I started paying premiums, and that it would increase at the rate of 8% per year. In terms of total coverage.
Who's the carrier?
That would be the limits of the policy.
Who's the carrier?
To a long-term care.
Who's the carrier?
Bankers Life and Casualty.
Bankers Life and... Thank you, Suzanne. Howard, do you also have Medicare with a supplement, or do you have Medicare Advantage?
Well, I have Medicare with a 100% supplement.
Okay. Now, Jared, do you know what he means when he says he can't get his nursing coverage? There's someone that comes in how many days a week, Howard?
Well, no, we're not talking about, nursing in that I'm in the bed or anything like that. I have a urostomy and I can drive and I go out on the streets and so
Howard,
forth.
What are they not paying for?
Well, some days they skip, for example, and no explanation, and then some months they skip.
They skip what? They skip what, Howard? They skip what?
Well, they skip paying me.
Okay. What are they supposed to be, Howard? What are they supposed to be paying?
What, me?
So you were getting a check. What do you mean paying you? You get a check directly?
Well, what they said as follows is because she's just a CNA, they don't want to pay her directly. They will pay me after I pay her. And then you see, one of their excuses was that I was paying her through Zelle. And that's a big one because they didn't pay 2 months because I was paying through Zelle and they wanted a checkbook.
Okay.
Well, I didn't have my checkbook.
Howard, I just want to ask, this payment that you're making, they're supposed to reimburse you and sometimes they don't. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
They don't deny the coverage, they just don't reimburse you.
They don't write to me and say you're not covered for this.
Okay. They just skip. They just skip the payment.
Well, no. They skip the payment, and then when I press them and call them,
I get it. I get it, Howard. But they don't. Howard, they're not denying coverage. They're not skipping every payment. They're just skipping some payments, and then you have to call and pressure them. After you call and pressure them, do they make the payment?
They have made, after I hired a lawyer, they sent me $11,000, but they still owe me another $33,000 or $34,000.
From reimbursement of checks you've written to these people?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. It took that long to get the story. So it's not a matter of coverage. It's a matter of reimbursement. Hold on, and we'll talk about that coming back.
Tell your smart device to play 630 KHOW on iHeartRadio. Then you can hear Ross Kaminsky in the morning, Dan Kaplis in the afternoon.
Getting 630 KHOW from iHeartRadio.
Denver's talk station, available on over 2,000 devices. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Ent Credit Union.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, just because...
That on the show today?
When you're about that north on northbound I-25 here, 120th, watch out for delays. The second crash, northbound I-25 approaching Yale, several lanes are blocked. And watch out for wreck westbound C-470 past Morrison Road, right lane blocked on that stretch. Watch 31 pinpoint weather. It's going to be mostly sunny the rest of the day. Chilly though, a high of only 32. Right now, 2 clouds and 23. So impact traffic weather on Pete Wagner, 630 KHOW. We need a little help. All right, how about these two?
Good question. Hang on.
For a personal loan, credit union on this special rate. When you apply online at ent.com/loan. Standard credit qualifications apply. Equal opportunity lender. Listen, I want to talk to you as a person who experienced pain and now has relief. I want you to remember this phone number, 303-GOT-PAIN. Please remember the number, 303-GOT-PAIN. I urge many of you, I know I'm listening to me over 45 and 50, and you have pain and you're thinking, it's only normal. It's not. They can work with you on all pain. They can work with your doctors or directly with you.
You or both. ColoradoPainCare.com. Local doctors, all insurance accepted, all pain treated. 303-GOT-PAIN. You know, investments are a tricky thing because there are so many rules on how to advertise. You can't say guaranteed unless it is. Become the Banker is guaranteed. You can overfund life insurance, get tax-free savings, guaranteed. 4% plus a 1% dividend that's all but guaranteed. It's been paying like for 100 years it's been paid. So it's 5%. And also a guaranteed retirement pension. Either one, call 303-779-6600. These are solid investments I stand behind. BecomeTheBanker.org to make an appointment.
Tommy, a guy put on Facebook that National Jewish Hospital started giving the vaccine. He signed up today for this Saturday. So you might want to look
I'm
at
on
that.
their fucking list.
You're on their list?
And how did he sign up and
This
get
is what he said on Facebook. He says, I signed up today for this Saturday.
Maybe he's older. I think they know something that I know Marcus on and yeah, right.
Yeah.
They heard what you had to say about tough shit 15 years ago.
Market loaded, all of them.
Good. You shrunk them up?
Wait.
You want to know our new number for emergence first?
No, they didn't load. It says must be under 2 megabytes, and they are.
You want to know our...
Wait, would not load.
Let me see.
Nope. And every one of them now. Here's what they are now. I'm going to show you. Watch. This is what I put on.
You know what's amazing is
Look.
I never had one issue with it.
They fucking didn't change size, and I changed the fucking pictures! God damn it, Mark.
And probably resaved them as something else. It didn't rewrite the originals.
No, Mark.
Where did it resave?
No, hold on, Mark. Hold on. Where did it? Let me see. Save as. If I go to save, how do I save? How do I find out where it's saved?
Save another one and see where the hell it's put.
Something that has changed my life. Blue Sky Cbd.
I'm going to search for it. Tech ad. I'm going to search for it.
And you heard how much the pet dog formula has helped our pet. But what you might not know is that Eric
Nope, it only saves one. Oh, it's big. Okay, so here, I want to show you something. I'm going to take the picture, right?
You ever remember dealing with, like, your grandfather when you were young?
Adjust size. Okay, I'm adjusting. Okay, the size here says... Oh, okay. Never mind. Shut up. What?
Stop it.
Hey, Mark,
Did you ever have that weird uncle growing up? You tried to explain how to get email.
Oh my God, are you really fucking saying that?
Where's the email?
Are you really?
I'm looking at the TV. Where's my email,
Are you
Mark?
really saying that about me?
Where's my email?
You son of a bitch. I see what I did wrong. Shut up! I did something wrong. I didn't adjust all of it. No, now this one should be saved. Now this is wrong. You know, I'm sorry. Some of them are wrong. Okay, I'm saving, Mark. I'm saving every one of them and doing it.
Tax assistance program called the Fresh Start Initiative, and their clients that qualify are saving thousands, even tens of thousands. One call starts the process to stop the demand letters, stop aggressive collection actions, and stop the IRS from targeting you. But don't delay. It's important to act now while you still have options. Optima is A+ rated.
It actually doesn't see. These are all the right size, Mark. They're all the right size. I'm going down to 150 dots. Actually, you shouldn't have this. Now I'm going to try the pay. I'm going to try sizes again.
Into the world of Tomorrow's Monsters, a scripted podcast starring Golden Globe nominee John Boyega and Emmy winner Darren Criss. In this sci-fi thriller podcast, a shadowy corporation seeks to enhance human evolution by eliminating the need for sleep.
What are the repercussions when we give corporations direct access to our brains? At what point are we no longer just consumers?
Here are the sizes. You can see
their
them.
product.
Listen to Tomorrow's
Okay,
Monsters.
these sizes have been changed.
Or wherever you get your podcasts. Denver's talk station.
Oh my God.
KHealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. I got to get to Jared here about this.
You heard his problem, Jared. He has some nursing care in the home, and they reimburse him sometimes, and sometimes they don't. I don't know how to make hide nor hair of it. I think that we need to, I think having an attorney probably did him some good. Have you ever heard of that happening?
Yes. So he's not getting denied a claim. He just has to do his due diligence and fight. That's pretty much get a lawyer.
Unfortunately, that's it. I mean, in fact, that kind of stuff, the reimbursement is common with long-term care in the home.
But why did he talk about this issue with the button in the nursing home?
I know why.
Because he wanted to why?
Because that button was registered to an old patient or a dead patient. That's why it took so long to get to him, Tom. And I thought that's what we were going to help him with.
Yeah, Bonaventure sucks. And if you're listening, sir, I still want to help you. And if you have his number, you can tell him. Maybe Jared at Integra Insurance.
I guess I don't understand the relevance of the first 10 minutes.
Well, it was because he wanted to let us know how schlock they were and why he needed this care.
Okay.
Well, he paid $200 for that device. I think he wanted a refund on it.
Yeah, well, that's another issue we can help him with. But the main thing was... not the main thing, but one of the items was why he is home convalescing and not there anymore. He had to be sent to the hospital and then home. He didn't want to go there, and he has nursing care. And by the way, Integra Insurance Group, if you need help with any of that health insurance, with any of those issues, 303-466-5500. Mark?
I think his actual question had to do with his pet.
Yeah, right. Now, listen, Blake is coming up. Blake Harris, attorney at law with Bitcoin. Hey, Blake, when did you first get involved in Bitcoins?
So I started getting involved in cryptocurrency, Bitcoin in particular, a little bit over about a year ago when a client came to me and they had some Bitcoin and they asked what to do with it, how to mitigate their taxes. It was something I hadn't experienced before, but being kind of a curious guy, I looked into it some more. So
I want to ask you a simple question because we're running out of time, and I want to delve into this after the break. But Blake, do you have to do anything differently with Bitcoin or crypto to protect and pass it on than you would for a bank account or cash?
Yes and yes.
Oh, that is very interesting. You know what? I'll bet you a lot of estate attorneys don't have a clue. Blake Harris does. We're going to be talking to him, okay? Blake Harris, attorney at law, 833-ASK-BLAKE. Now, Mary Beth, what is your concrete problem, concrete work? What's going on, Mary Beth?
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh, good. Okay. So I had some concrete work done on my front, like 2 or 3 steps going up to my front door.
Got it.
Because it was cracked and heaving.
Sure.
And this was done at the end of May, and currently there's probably a 1/4 inch to a 1/2 inch crack going the whole length of the step, and the company's telling me that's normal.
On one step or all?
On one step, it's a 1/4 to a 1/2 inch thick. On the other ones, it's hairline.
Now, the crack, is it where the level part of the step meets the vertical riser?
Yes.
In that corner?
Yes.
Only in that corner, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there an expansion joint there, do you know?
There's not.
So,
but by expansion joint, that means like where they put it where the crack should go?
Yeah. Like, here's what I'm asking. Did they pour the steps as a monolith, meaning all one big piece of concrete, or did they put in each step with a spacer in between?
There's no spacer. Okay.
Where it's cracked could be normal if it's an expansion joint.
And send us a picture.
Yeah, we need to. Is it possible? Suzanne, see if she can send us a picture. We'll have our experts look at it. I'm Tom Martino. A discussion on cryptocurrency and your estate coming up, as well as any of your calls. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Get help. Don't ever sit on your rights. We can help better before than after the problem.
Now, I want you to witness that every one of these are now the proper size. I'm going to save changes to make sure I'm still online. I am. Now I'm going to choose file. I'm wondering if I should do one at a time. I'm doing all six. They're all, I absolutely, never mind. Did it work? Huh. Yes, shut up. Wow. Wow. Hey, good job.
Imagine consolidating your debt, paying off your credit cards, putting money in your savings account, and paying your house off more quickly all at the same time. Ideal Home Loans can help, and you don't have to start over on a new loan when you refinance. Call us today, 303-867-7000. That's 867-7000. Or as always, you can apply online at idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call 844-45-IDEAL.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
Coming up at 5 after the hour.
Hey, Mark. Yes, sir. I had a definite question, damn it, on this. Oh, logos. Do you upload logos to here or somewhere else? I want to display the logo.
Well, there's 2 different things. So let me show you. This is interesting.
I have to update the logos. Go ahead.
Let me see their pictures. Can you see?
We want to see
no, right here. Let me just see which ones they have.
See if there's.
They're all new.
This one right here.
Yeah.
Here's what I want you to do. Scroll up. No, scroll up. Wait. What is scroll down? Scroll down. Hold on, scroll down. Cover image, hit choose file, and I want you to choose that one again. Truck. Now hit open. Now, does he have a logo? How come you don't?
I didn't upload the logo.
You don't have a touch screen?
No, stop.
I'm serious.
I didn't upload the logo yet.
Go ahead and upload the logo.
Okay, where do I upload it to? Here?
Yeah, just right here.
I want to make sure they're the right side. Let me just go to them.
Yeah, use that for now. I'm going to use that.
I just want to see if they're the same.
You definitely don't want AI. Oh, use PNG. That's going to be the smallest, and it'll look good. Yeah, there you go. Okay, PNG is a good file. Okay.
I know, I love PNG. And why does everybody do?
Thousands of insurance claims have been filed for broken pipes since last week's severe weather.
Now, whichever one you want to be the feature. God, I hate that. That's not touchscreen.
Just shut up.
Where is the one you just uploaded? I don't think you uploaded it. Do it again. Server. Something's wrong. Just pick the other one for that one.
No, man. Why wouldn't it pick it?
I don't know. Just hit it just for the sake of it. Yeah, use that just for the hell of it. Let's see if that came up. Yeah, it's good. Double. See that little blue bar?
Yeah.
That's going to be featured. So let's feature that. Double click it. Double. See how it featured that? So you can choose any of these to be the feature.
What do they put on their listing usually?
Well, that right there. Now go hit save, but I want to show you something. And now look at it. Now go look at it like a consumer or a...
right here, it says view.
Yeah, go ahead, hit view. Okay, I want to show you. No, see, that's... Go ahead, just search it real quick. Jeez. Just put in quality. You're not typing in the right place.
Called the Fresh Start Initiative, and their clients that qualify are saving thousands.
You want in the back end?
Yeah, scary.
To stop the demand letter, stop aggressive collection actions, and stop the IRS from targeting you. But don't delay. It's important to act now while you still have options.
Okay. See, that's the background if you want it. That looks pretty good.
How do I make that? How do you make that the background?
Well, I'll show you.
I don't want it to be. That's the wrong background.
That's fine. And here's the logo.
Yeah, so I want to put a bit different background. How do I do
That's fine. Go back into it. Scroll down past the photo gallery. That, whatever you put there, will be that big background.
Well, guess what?
And this is the size it should be.
How do I get it there?
You can just delete it and then choose file. You can only have one file there.
Can I upload it? Do I have to upload it again so I don't go
Upload
back?
whatever you want, yeah.
I get it, but I have to upload
And then you
it
got to
again.
hit save.
Even though I uploaded it once into the picture gallery, I got to do it again.
Oh, hell yeah. Well, that's the one we just did. So you do want to use it.
No, this is different. Oh, wait. Hold on. It should be. He gave me a brand new one. And he gave me the same fucking one. He's the one that gave me this. And he says it's different. He said he had a new name on it. He didn't have a new name on it. The one he gave me should say service group, and it doesn't. So I'm going to tell him.
Okay. But anyhow, that is whatever you put there for whatever listing fills that blue space. The logo's different. The logo you choose by double-clicking.
Why did he tell me he had a new one? I'm going to go back to his email.
He was fucking with you.
I want to make sure. He goes back.
That son of a bitch, you want me to take care of it?
No, yeah, go.
You want me to fucking rub him up?
Tommy, real quick, look. Our children.
Oh, you mean your four-legged children?
Okay, so first, Nico got a new bed. Look who's in charge.
God almighty, this is
but
so
then Mark walks out of the room, look.
No, they're so cute. Look at this one with them together. Send that to me. I want to show. Send that one to me. I want to show Steph.
Have Dan put it up too.
Or send it to Steph.
Okay.
She loves those pictures. They love each other, don't they? Do they leave that poor beagle out in the cold, Mark?
The beagle doesn't want to be part of anything, so it's not them, it's the beagle.
You know, the poor beagle is the odd man out. Oh, baby. Do you guys, do the kids still pay attention to the beagle?
Yeah, we all do. In fact, we all feel bad for him, but he really just doesn't want to do anything. Dude, he's almost 17.
Mark.
You don't do much when you're 17 and you're a beagle.
Those little dogs are always together.
Oh, God. Always.
How cute is that?
When you have the kitchen done, tear out and haul away free. Get a price on the phone. 303-386-5919. TheArtofGranite.com.
CuriosityStream has thousands of documentary films and shows available on demand on any device. We're the Netflix for nerds, the Hulu for history buffs, the Disney Plus for the scientist in us. There sure are a lot of streaming services, aren't there? CuriosityStream is the one you definitely need if you're the type to nature dock and chill. If you're an armchair astronaut. If you
armchair astronaut.
Or perhaps you know a precocious paleontologist. Go to CuriosityStream.com to learn more and sign up today.
Dan's going to put those concrete pictures up. You guys will see them in a minute. If Dan can figure out how to do something, I'm sorry. I was going to have Tom put them up, but then you wouldn't see them till Monday.
Which one are you talking about? Oh.
To 200-200. You'll get a confirmation.
I'm funny as shit.
Oh, Mark, how does he refresh his reviews? I don't know how to do that.
I'll show you.
Is the Troubleshooter.
And I got to put the 10-year badge on there. Or anything more.
Only you can do that. When you're logged in the back end, scroll down to the bottom right.
Hey, Tom Martino, you're a troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. This hour brought to you by GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Genesis. Mark, you said he's doing a lot of exterior work, even in this weather right now.
Oh, man, this guy can knock out stucco and stone like nobody I've seen.
Good. And siding and windows and fencing and gutters and painting and roofing. But he can also do interiors. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. All right, now, this concrete issue, why is she up there now? Did we have that? Oh, the concrete steps. Got it. I wanted to get to the bottom of that. And then we also have Blake Harris coming up on cryptocurrency and how to protect it in your estate different than a bank account. And I know people have been waiting. I also have to help and take. But Mary Beth, did you send pictures yet?
Yeah, in fact, we're already putting them up.
What are you saying about them? What do you?
I think I'm not going to say it's completely normal, but I think that's where a crack should be.
No, it is. It is normal. Yep. It's not. What you do is you caulk in there now. Now, it would be perfect not to have those, but it's very difficult. I just think that I could have one of my experts look at it. Here's why I hesitate to have experts look at concrete. Unless it's an egregious problem, it doesn't matter because every concrete guy can say, well, I wouldn't have done it that way.
There's a product out there, and I used it on my deck. I had a cement deck before I had Garage Kings coat it. I took this product called Quickcrete. You basically put it in warm water, you get it nice and hot, and then it comes right out.
But you want it flexible, though, Mark.
No, it is. And then it fills up the cracks, and then you take like a playing card or something and smooth it out, and it looks perfect.
Before you do that, you take a screwdriver, a big flat blade screwdriver, and you go up and down that crack and get all the loose crap out of there, then blow it out of there with a leaf blower or something, or water, get it all out of there, and then do what Mark said with that either Quickcrete or a good masonry caulk. But this is not a major problem unless the stairs are shifting, meaning the elevation of the stairs. Did you put a level across them?
I did not, but my concern is I just had this done at the end of May.
Yeah, of course.
We did it because we had cracking, and now I'm worried about
but you don't. Okay, go ahead. You have cracking in the joint where it's supposed to be. Now, I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's good. You don't want moisture to get in there. What were you going to say, Suze? What did you ask? Okay, please do me a favor. Well, you know what? What we need to do is truly get somebody to look at it.
I don't think so. It's fine if that's all
I think it is too, but to allay her fears.
So quickly to have it happen so quickly.
Mary Beth, why is that a problem? The quickness of it doesn't matter so much. I don't even understand why that's an issue. It's not if it's not shifting, then it should happen quickly.
People just
I don't know how else to put
concrete
it.
should be perfect. It's never perfect.
And you caulk those corners. Every stair I ever had in my life, I did that to. Every stair.
Even wooden
now, listen,
ones.
It's unfortunate Blake only has till 11:30 because this is a major discussion. So really, it's not going to do it justice. We can reschedule. I'll take a few questions now, but I have a load of questions, so I'll just take a few. But if we do it straight from now to 11:30, guess what? Then it's just not going to work. So, Blake, I'm really sorry for this, but I can't do it. I can't rush it in, but I do think it's so important that I'm going to have you back on it. Again, here's the deal. Let's get right to the estate planning. What is different about cryptocurrency? And if you have a bank of, let's just say Bitcoins right now, you have a bank of Bitcoins somewhere in a wallet, what do? How is it different? Just describe it to us, what you would do for an estate plan.
Okay, so there's three options when it comes to estate plans in your cryptocurrency. When you purchase Bitcoin, which is 90% of the cryptocurrency market, so it makes sense to talk about Bitcoin. When you purchase Bitcoin, you get a key, which is a long digits of several alphanumeric digits. And then that is your key to holding and storing your cryptocurrency. You can either store that in hard storage, such as putting it in a USB drive, or you can keep that stored on an exchange such as Coinbase. Three options for storage. Option number one is if you have a friend or a family member that you trust, you can have them hold that for you. You pass away, you can have instructions in the will or trust what to do with it. That's option number one. Find somebody who you trust. Option number two is to use a safe deposit box. I don't love safe deposit boxes because then you have to worry about the safety of the bank. I think a combination of maybe purchasing a safe deposit box, putting a code to a lock combo that you keep in your home, and then keeping your cryptocurrency inside of a lock, inside of a safe in your home, having the key held inside the safe deposit box. That combination between the bank holding the safe deposit box and a lock inside your home is probably a pretty safe way to do it. That way, your personal representative, once you are officially affirmed dead, the court will sign off with the death certificate. They can go to the bank and then they can access your safe deposit box and then use that to get into the lock in your home.
Hey, Blake, hold on. Yes. I'm wondering. I'm just wondering out loud. It's cryptocurrency with a name and a password to my wallet. The government doesn't know about it. No one has to know about it. So here's what I'm wondering. If my cryptocurrency goes from $1 million to $10 million in value, who's going to pay tax on that? I just want to ask this, and I know that technically you're supposed to report that. I don't even know if they're going to start having a line on tax returns for that. But you know what? I don't know anybody in their right mind that would claim it.
Here's a real-life situation.
But I want to know, what would happen there? And then, Mark, you can ask. I just need this answered. Why do I even have to report it to anyone or put it anywhere?
What you were saying was accurate, was fairly accurate about 10 years ago when Bitcoin first came into existence. But now the exchanges have been audited by the IRS. That is a honeypot. The IRS is going after them, and they're seeing which transactions are going in, which transactions are going out.
They don't know who I am. They don't know that's my wallet. It's an encrypted number.
That's not correct. The legitimate exchanges do know who you are. They require a Social Security number. They require an ID. If you buy it off an exchange, if you take it off, there are ways of hiding it.
Coinbase, is it Coinbase or wherever? They told me, hold on, when I was researching this, and I'm not arguing with you, this is a great discussion, and you know way more than I do, but they told me, whatever the hell the name is it Coinbase? What's the real big one? The real big one.
Coinbase is pretty damn big.
It's Coinbase. You know what they said? They said there is nowhere, anywhere, anyone can find out who I am.
That is not consistent with some actions the IRS has taken in subpoenaing the exchanges and getting documents.
But here's what I'm asking, Blake. Blake, if I squirrel away Bitcoins, How does the IRS find me in a myriad of cryptocurrency? Do they go and say, does Tom Martino have currency? And then why would they do that? Does Mark Major have currency? And then search all the wallets in all the databases? I mean, how would they find my Bitcoins? I'm just asking the question.
Saying the IRS basically sues him, for lack of a better word.
But why? If I die or if I'm being audited, why and where would they go? All of it. Did they do that for every single person in the world that dies? They go to every single wallet and say, look for Tom Martino? Or do they get...
Yeah, do they issue like a K1 or something?
That's what I'm getting at. Why would they even look for crypto? Tell me. Okay, just tell me in real life, Blake. Someone dies. What do they do? Every time someone dies, the IRS goes out to 100 wallets.
No. It's not when each person dies. It's the exchanges are being targeted by the IRS and use what I believe is called a John Doe subpoena, where they don't have the name of any person in particular. They just want to get in there and dig around. And these exchanges hold too much money that the IRS is not going to not go in.
All right, when the IRS goes into Coinbase, for example, and they come out with a list of cryptocurrency accounts, now they start linking them with Social Security numbers?
Yes, you have to submit your Social Security number. You submit your driver's license. Go online and buy $10 worth of cryptocurrency.
Blake, I did it because I wanted to have knowledge when I did this, and they assured me no one can ever find out my identity.
They probably mean no one but the IRS.
They're not, first of all, guess what? They're not even based in the U.S. So, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Blake. Go ahead.
And let's not forget, we're dealing with the U.S. government. They know everything. Everything we do is being recorded. Everything we do is being watched. You can get away with stealing from the IRS in some circumstances, but that's going to haunt you.
I'll bet you right now there are people who bought Bitcoins at $9 a piece, right?
Absolutely.
All right, now listen, hold on. I know people personally that spent $9,000, okay? $9,000, and they bought 100,000. They bought 100 coins, okay? Now, they have 100 coins times 90, not times 9. They spent $900. What is that worth right now, 100 coins? Times what?
Each coin is trading around 50,000.
Let's just say times 50,000. Now, okay, so they have $5 million, right? They spent 900. They now have $5 million. I will guarantee you, Blake, and I'll bet you dinner at we like Travatina or whatever, that one right there, right next Tavernetta, right? Yep. Tavernetta. I'm going to bet you dinner that not one person reported a $4 million gain or a $4.9 million gain, or no, even more than that.
Well, I've got even a different question.
So wait, but he didn't even answer this one. Wait, Blake.
It's the same line.
Do people truly report those gains? Do you think?
I mean, I think some people report those gains. I think some people are wise to get out of the country if they're not going to report.
Well, you're supposed to report them. Let's not forget that.
Is there even a place? Isn't there? Is there a place on your tax return for that?
Well, but Blake, that's where my question goes. So look at Elon Musk. He just bought $1.5 billion of Bitcoin, and it basically went up $20,000 a coin. But here's where I'm getting at. At what point do you actually pay taxes on it? Is it when you spend it?
It's treated as property. So it's so if you hold it for over a year, it's considered long-term capital gains. If you hold it for under a year, you pay it ordinary income.
And if you just hold it, you'll never pay taxes.
If you hold it, you don't then pay tax on the paper gain, then, do you?
Correct, unless Joe Biden passes the unrealized capital gains tax.
Well, what happens if what happens if I go buy a Tesla with it? Do I pay tax? Do I pay tax on the gain of what I made on that Bitcoin?
Exactly.
Oh my God!
Just like purchasing real estate.
Here's what Biden's going to do. He's going to put the crunch on it. I mean, that's what he's going to do. In fact, I think any president is looking at this, or the United States has to come up with their own cryptocurrency.
So every major bank is working on their own cryptocurrency. However, the United States seized a massive amount of Bitcoin years ago. The FBI, when they took down the Silk Road, which is an online exchange for trading drugs, the FBI seized a huge portion of Bitcoin. Meaning, and I believe they still own a lot of it, which means the U.S. government is actually on board.
I get it. I get it. I get it.
They continue to
All right.
grow.
We got off base. We got off base. Let's talk about what you do in your estate coming up.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary, subject to
It's
terms and conditions.
crazy. I agree with you. People aren't paying taxes. But if they do get subpoenaed and it comes out, man, they'll come after you like crazy.
Do you want to know something? Let me just explain something.
This guy, listen real quick, this guy just emailed. Using TurboTax, I was asked about Bitcoin while using it.
I'm going to tell you something, Mark. This is a major deal. Do you realize this currency could replace currency because it stems all borders?
That's why the U.S. dollar is like, or the U.S. government.
It's not going to help. It's not going to help our dollars. Trust me when I tell you, it's not going to help.
No. What I'm saying is that's why the U.S. government might put the nix on it at some point if they can't track it perfectly. But it still converts into U.S. dollars.
It converts into anything.
It's
Mark,
the U.S.
it never
dollar
has to. It never has to because people are starting to take it, is what I'm saying.
That's true.
David Ellis Jewelers will pay cash for your valuables. Your junk, as long as it has precious metals like silver and gold, platinum, and the like. What you do is just take all that old stuff down there and get a price, and he'll give you money on the spot. Here's what I love about David Ellis Jewelers, 3rd and Clayton. That's the Cherry Creek North shopping area. He's honest. He's local. He's there for you. And you'll have a fun conversation. Maybe you'll even pick something else up there. But it's not, of course, an obligation. You can just go there and get your cash. Now, old coin collections, old silver and gold, even if they're in a tangled mess. David Ellis Jewelers. He's been around for 40 years. It's a name you can trust. David Ellis, E-L-L-I-S. DavidEllisJewelry.com, 303-322-8779. So here's the message, plain and simple. Old watches, old gold, silver, old coin collections, old tangled messes, all of your old jewelry, bring it down, get cash. 3rd and Clayton, David Ellis Jewelers.
Michael Brown here. I'm going to take a minute to talk to you about something that has changed my life, Blue Sky Cbd. You've heard me talk about the relief it's given me with hip pain after rolling, and you've heard how much the Pet Club formula has helped our pet. But what you might not know is that Dr. Eric Dorniger out of Dover serves as the Director of Research and Development, or that Dr. Adam Graves in Castle Rock and countless other doctors recommend Blue Sky Cbd exclusively. The reason behind this is their products are created using the highest quality CBD in the country. They guarantee potency and purity, and their formulas are created using international research to ensure that you get the dosage you need to find the relief you deserve. You'd be amazed at the reviews at bluesky-cbd.com. Use promo code KHOW for 30% off and try the same balm I use for only $14. Right now, Allstate has almost as many ways to save as there are types of music. Save for being a new customer. Save more for adding driveway. And save even more for driving safely. Visit Allstate.com or contact your local agent to get a quote. Find out how much you can save today. Allstate. Now that should be easy.
One will go down. It's actually kind of cool.
I forgot when he was a little baby, he was justice.
I'm Dr. Andrea Russo, a cardiologist. Maybe you're waiting to talk to your doctor right now, but if you're having an irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, don't wait. This could be a serious condition like atrial fibrillation, which can make you about 5 times more likely to have a stroke.
That's really cool. Now, can people log on and do their own changes?
Online or in person.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Mark, can they do their own changes?
Who?
Consumers? I mean, members?
Oh, yeah, that's what I do.
But can't they fuck it up?
A lot of the times when I'm telling you.
Can't they fuck it up?
Well, I fixed a few, but usually they don't fuck it up.
Especially if they know how to do it.
They can't fuck up. They can't do shit like categories. They can't add their own BBB.
They can't own their own keywords.
Oh, I want to put in that badge. Do we have anything more than 10 years? You know,
just go look. I think we got a 20 now. I think I created a 20. I know there's a 15.
Oh, let me get in there and do that. And the referral list, for some reason, I'm not saving. It bothers me, man. I'm not saving anymore. My passwords in a chain. It's like my cookies are not, or something's turned off.
When the exergent temporal spin.
Okay, so where is this? Up here. Okay, I think he's 15. He's actually 20 probably, but it was a different company. Do I take the 10 off then?
Yes, you do the 15. Or you can do it both ways.
A short drive to Glenwood Springs helps you get away from the crowd, the stress, and the mundane.
Mark, this is so
hot springs and enjoy winter fun. Find deals.
Is this off the shelf this way, or did we have to do extensive altering?
Oh, I've done a shitload of altering. Wait till you see the new one. I don't even want to get into it till it's done, but it should be done in a week. If someone puts in furnace, a message will pop up. Do you want 3 of our members to reach out to you on a free bid? And then it'll shoot through the back end. It's badass, man.
I'm Tom Martino, your
Troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Okay, let's talk. What's on your mind today? We got Blake Harris, attorney at law. I will get to your calls, I promise. But, Blake, when you want to leave your Bitcoins to people, what would be wrong with just doing a username and password and nothing else? Just leave them that. And they go in and do what they want with it.
And that's fine, if provided you have somebody you trust with that username and password. Otherwise, I'd say use a safe deposit box or hire a professional trust company.
And a safe deposit box for what? For the information?
Exactly, your user password.
Okay. So bottom line is you use a safety deposit box for access information or a trust company. And what are you, so do you actually deed it to them? Tell me about, is there a such thing maybe like a beneficiary's deed?
So there's a couple of programs out there that are starting to set it up within the exchanges. That they have monthly subscriptions and you can set that up. But what I would do, and what I've done with some of my cryptocurrency, is open it up inside of an LLC, have that LLC owned by a trust, the same way you'd treat a piece of rental real estate.
Okay, so bottom line is you can do that through you, and is there? There's no tax or anything on that, right? You don't. Do you inherit a basis? How does basis work since it's like property?
Basis works in the same way as property. The IRS hasn't come out to say otherwise. So you get a step up in basis up to the.
Oh my God, that's huge! That's huge.
$11 million. That is big. That is big.
So in other words, if you have Bitcoin, so if you left someone just a username or password, in essence, they have your original basis. But if you do it properly, the day of death basis is stepped up, and they pay. And if they get rid of it that day, they don't have any taxes to pay.
That sounds crazy.
Yeah, but that's the same. Yeah, but Blake, are you sure that's the way it's being done right now?
The only guidance we've gotten from the IRS is that it's treated as property.
And that's what happens with property.
Well, what happens with the stock?
What do you mean?
If I die and I've got $5 million in stock,
you get a stepped-up basis, don't you, or not?
Is it handled? Are you saying Bitcoin is handled the exact same way as Microsoft stock?
It's handled the same way as any other property. So yes, it would get a step up in basis up to the value at the date of death, or a step down in basis.
My goodness.
Something to add. Instead of storing it on a crypto exchange, which could get hacked, which is a target for hackers, is to take it offline and save it in a USB drive or some other type of cold storage where it's not going to get hacked. something to be aware of, especially if you're holding a large amount.
I got you. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Max, oh, he hung up. Max hung up. Doug, what's going on with eviction, sir? Is anything going on?
Well, I had an eviction through COVID. The guy pulled the COVID on me.
So wait, now let me get this. You are the landlord.
Yeah, I just bought a property and had a holdover tenant.
By the way, almost all landlords are facing this problem where people are just, as you said, pulled the COVID. They didn't have COVID. They didn't lose their job. Many of them I'm talking about. They just use it as an excuse to not pay. I want to know what all these a-holes think they're going to do when the eviction is lifted. I mean, really, what they're going to, there's such a giant bill due, they're not going to be able to pay it. They're going to leave, Doug, and think, here's what I think a lot of them are doing. They're using COVID as an excuse. They're going to save up the money, and guess what? They're going to buy a place when you kick them out, so they don't care about other landlords.
Oh, they're going to end up homeless. This guy did, because he was a handyman and he just couldn't work. He couldn't find work, yet he was working on my house to help pay rent, and he walked off a job because we got into a discussion about how I wanted something done in my house.
So what can I do for you?
Well, he went out and got one of these. I was evicting him on basis of end of lease, which according to the moratorium, I can do that.
Hold on, but I have to tell you something. Yes, you can. However, they can pull it after that. Okay? You say, listen, I'm evicting you because it's the end of lease. Okay, I'm not evicting you, excuse me. I am just asking you to leave at the end of lease. They don't leave. Now you go to the eviction, then they pull out the COVID.
Yep, exactly. And I'll tell you what, the judges don't know exactly how to respond to the moratorium. They're up in arms. They have no idea what to do, so they just continue it.
It sucks, man.
I ended up, tell me about it. Oh, it gets worse, Tom. It gets a lot worse. So he got one of these Colorado Legal Resources attorneys, and the guy wouldn't return my call, so I went out and through a recommendation of a friend, I got this guy, Rich Hill, who is a real estate attorney, but not an eviction attorney. And he's like, well, I'll just coach you, and I think you can handle this case all by yourself. Well, the free lawyer for this guy started really pulling a lot of funny stuff. And one of the things that I had told Rich is, the one reason I want to hire you is because I want to make sure all of my paperwork is correct. And one of the pieces, the court paper, I filled out incorrectly. And he told me it was fine. Well, that was what this free lawyer guy needed. And that's what got him in the position to bargain. I actually paid this guy $1,000 to leave my premises. And the free lawyer,
that's crazy.
Lawyer that I paid for ended up costing me $5,000. He made so many mistakes, Tom. Like the first piece of paper he turned in saying he's my lawyer, he made a mistake on it. I had to come back, get the piece of paper, go back to the courthouse. Took me 2 hours, and he charged me for those 2 hours. And then the mistake on the piece of paper that I filled out, he kept telling me it was okay, and it wasn't. It was
what do you want to do now? That's the question. We'll come back and answer that, plus more about crypto.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630
KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
I didn't do one clear for his garage. I do not think so, man.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, if you don't have to go out driving today, I'm going to give you a list of reasons why. Here we go. Got a crash northbound I-25 at Northwest Parkway causing some backups. Got a serious crash Highway 93.
Why don't you pursue that nursing
road
home?
out west to watch out.
That's not them asking.
I-70 approaching Sheridan left.
No, I know.
Due to a multi-vehicle crash. Got a crash up north, northbound I-25 at 120. Another wreck northbound I-25 at Evans blocking the center lane.
Ted Wright.
And a crash northbound I-25 at Yale.
No, I'm right now.
Blocked there.
I'm telling him we're done.
Weather mostly sunny today. Going to be chilly. A high.
Does he have a lot of stuff? I have no idea. I didn't even ask.
Your impact traffic and weather.
Doesn't matter. I mean, he hasn't had a new sale forever, dude.
You do something or whatever.
And really, I want to send everything to one person to have.
We're not doing mine on last day, right? I'll do 2 of mine. Great. I'll do great. I'll fill the time. Tell me when. I'll do his dog. The Art of Granite. That's where you go for countertops. You've heard me recommend Mitch Floria for a reason. You can get prices on the phone, but that's not the only reason. He does beautiful work. And he's doing a lot of quartz right now. He can do granite. He can do any solid surface. He's a direct stone importer. And as I said, any solid surface, man-made or natural. 303-386-5919. Tear out and hallway's free. The bathroom's free when you do the kitchen. 303-386-5919. One Clear Choice garage doors. I love these guys. I use them at my house. I've used them time and time again. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. What's special about that website? They have prices clearly marked on their website for everything they do. So you know exactly what the price is. They're so proud of what they do. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. 720-370-3987. Whether a garage door or you simply want it adjusted or you want a new opener. And I want to tell you about reverse loans. Silver Leaf Mortgage. Now listen, Silver Leaf Mortgage is there for the elderly, for those who need a reverse loan. In fact, they have a foundation called the Forever Home Foundation. That means they will help you if you're in need, sometimes with a grant or low interest or no interest to get your house fixed up so you can have a decent appraisal and get the most out of your equity. Silver Leaf Mortgage, 720-REVERSE. 720-REVERSE.
This is Bill Review, manager of Green Lexus in Greenwood Village, #1 Lexus dealer in Colorado with both new certified pre-owned sales for 2020. Celebrate the start of 2021. Lease the new IMC.
He's good. Who's that? Yeah, he's good. Did he write back? Yep. What did he say?
I understand. However, I have a new client supposed to start next week, so I replied, if they do pay by the 15th of March, I'll still give you your 50%, first payment bonus. No biggie. Because you know what? My middle name is Kind. Did you know that? Unlike you, that like to...
I don't think he wants to do much anymore.
No, I don't think so either. Except for collect rent and go skiing. Oh, what's he like a lot? Bicycling, right?
Because rates really are still near historic lows, and chances are you can benefit even if you refinanced or bought a home last year. You might still be eligible. It could mean a lower monthly payment. It could mean thousands or tens of thousands in long-term savings, and you don't have to restart your term. You know what else? You might even be able to postpone 2 mortgage payments, so even more upfront savings. Don't put a refinance off any longer. Rates won't stay this low forever. Call 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net.
Are you embarrassed by your smile? Are you unable to eat the foods you love, afraid to laugh, afraid to live a normal life, even afraid to go out in public? Dr. Barracks with Barracks Dental here. I believe that you deserve a smile that you can be proud of so you can live your life the way you want, with the peace of mind that you can smile without embarrassment and that your mouth is healthy. At Barracks Dental, we want to help you get your life.
Damn it, $300.
Trust me, man, we all did it.
Oh, yeah. Now, Mark Hope over at Action, yep. He had an operation. I don't know if
he did it in his back room.
Yeah.
I bet if he's still selling that used equipment, though, fuck, he must not have made that much.
He sold the company.
Oh, maybe he did make a shitload.
He might have, because he said he was doing...
Last time I talked to him, he told me in one of his locations, they literally came out and brought more power into the building.
Right.
So he could mine. And that had to be, that had to be 5 years ago.
Yeah, he showed me the setup that he had, and dude, loud. If nothing else, you go in there and all the
hot probably too.
Crazy. Huh? Oh my God.
I wonder if he did. I bet he did, or he made a good amount of change and got out, and he's still kicking himself.
Oh yeah, you never. I mean, what are the odds? Russ, you never hit it right. You know what I mean? You never.
It's like that GameStop shit. Who would have thought a $10 stock gets 400 in a day?
Well, not even.
And then drops.
The upside. He's, Ross is still trying to sell downside, and he talks to me during every break. God damn it! I missed another like $3 grand. Dude, what are you doing? And he knows his business.
I quit day trading during the show because I can't do both.
No,
it's almost impossible.
Yep.
If you're looking for a trusted partner, talk to one of our financial planners by calling 888-PLAN-RICK or visit rickfm.com.
630 KO, an iHeart radio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Susan has a Bitcoin question. Go ahead, Susan. We're on, by the way, with Blake Harris, attorney at law, who's an estate planning attorney. And we're talking about preserving Bitcoins, passing
them on and all that. Go ahead, Susan.
Okay, and just afterwards, I have a 30-second comment on nursing homes. But if a scenario, you buy Bitcoin in 2011 or 12 for, let's say, $100. And a few months ago, you buy more Bitcoin at $40,000. Now it's up to $50,000. You go out and you buy that Tesla. Can you use the $40,000 Bitcoin you bought for, let's say, if you want to use weird people that want to pay taxes, whatever?
There are people who, if you're asking, are there people who accept Bitcoins? Yes.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking you, when you buy it with Bitcoin, can you, on your reporting it, use the $40,000?
No. It's just like stocks. You're going to have a basis. They're going to take all of it, add it up, and you're going to have a basis of the cost of it. You're not going to allocate this one Bitcoin that cost me $8. I want to use that one, not the one that cost me $40,000. It's like buying stock at different prices.
I hope that makes sense to you, Susan. You're going to have a capital gain on what you bought based on when you sell it. However, and this is something that a lot of people need to think about. If you bought a Bitcoin at 10 grand and now it's 100 grand, which is a 90,000, it's not at 100. So let's say you bought it at 10, it's at 50. So you have a $40,000 gain, let's say, and you buy a car with that $50,000 Tesla, or excuse me, a coin, and you buy it direct. There's no place for you to claim that gain. I don't know how the IRS
put that on the taxes.
What's that?
I heard there is a place on the
No, I'm talking about when you spend. I'm talking about, okay, but here's the point. You don't pay until you sell. It's like stock. So if you don't sell, but you use the Bitcoin directly to pay for something, how does one know that that car was not sold to you for 9 grand or 10 grand, the original price of the Bitcoin, and that it was sold for 50? Well, on the paperwork. But who will ever look at someone's car transaction? When I buy a car, the IRS doesn't ask me about that car. That's what I'm getting at. There's virtually no way for them to track if I did not report it. I can see if you sell it. You've realized a gain. You sold property, you realized a gain. But if you use the property to get other property, where is that reported? Unless you do it voluntarily, I don't see anyone knowing anything. Blake, if I bought a Tesla with Bitcoins and used Bitcoins, I want to know how anyone would calculate my gain.
It would take a little bit of investigation work to do, and with a small amount, you'd probably get away with it. But if you were accumulating cars, and the IRS would probably be curious as to how you were getting the money to pay for those.
Well, first of all, I've never on a tax return, if I don't write off the car, never on a tax return have been asked where I got the money to buy a car, ever. I've never been asked that on a tax return. Where'd you get the money to buy a car? If I brought cash in, I would, but I'm not bringing cash. All of a sudden, I have a car, and electronically somewhere in the cloud, transference has been made. The IRS has no idea. I have a car. I'm not writing that car off. They don't ask where I bought that car. No one has ever asked where I got money to buy something, ever, unless I pay cash.
I think
that's the point I'm trying to make.
I think it's going to be treated just like a brokerage account, though. They'll give you something at the end of the year for your taxes.
But Mark,
they'll report it.
Coinbase does not give you anything at the end of the year.
No, I'm saying eventually I think they will.
All right, Blake.
I'm not using Bitcoin.
Blake, do you think, Blake, that they don't do it now, but do you think that these wallets will issue yearly reports?
I don't know if they're going to issue yearly reports, but if the IRS audits them, they will or if the court orders them to hand information to the IRS, they will do that, and they've done
Blake,
it already.
I get it, Blake. I get it about these audits, but you don't understand. An audit in and of itself doesn't find a Tesla that I bought in Denver, Colorado, because they do an audit of 1 million accounts.
No, but it would find the difference of what you bought Bitcoin for and then what you sold it.
No, they won't. Unless I sold it. And even then, they hardly find it. Mark, I'd like to believe you, but it's not happening.
I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm saying Uncle Sam will figure it out.
Right now, in the cloud, let's say I have $500,000 in Bitcoin, and I have a giant gain. Let's say one of those Bitcoins, I realize I use 2 Bitcoins, which represent a $100,000 gain, and I use those 2 electronically to be transferred to Tesla or someone else to buy something, and then I am titled that new property. Nowhere does the government know that I own something that was purchased with Bitcoin. Nowhere. You make it sound like it can be traced, and Blake says, oh, well, if they audit, okay, first, they have to audit the exact wallet I'm using. Second, they have to put together...
Audit the entire exchange. They can audit the entire exchange.
Okay, Blake. When they audit...
Am I missing something?
Yeah. When they audit the entire exchange, I just exchange 1 coin or 2 for a Tesla, which represented a $100,000 gain. I want to know how an audit of an exchange then finds out that I have 1 less coin, and that coin was transferred to a Tesla dealership, and it represented a $100,000 gain, and they connect it to my name.
And how would
you know what, Blake? That is just disingenuous to tell people that can happen.
Yeah.
Because right now, there is no mechanism for that. It just can't happen. Now, I'm not saying it won't happen in the future, but what we're talking about is cryptocurrency. We're talking about in the cloud transactions. Even with an audit, it still has to connect me to 1 coin or 2 being used at another place which took a coin where it's never hitting a bank.
And actually, it goes further than that. Now that I'm really listening to what Tom's saying, think of this. How would they even know the basis of those coins? How about if I transferred Tom a coin? How would they know how much that coin's basis was?
This is why
the government when he sold it.
This is why governments around the world are panicking, and I'll tell you why. Right now, people say, "Well, I exchanged my bitcoins for dollars, therefore dollars have value." But here's the thing: as more and more people across borders start using bitcoins, here is what government has to worry about. They don't care about exchange rates. They don't care about the dollar. People, this is a dangerous thing, because when the U.S. dollar starts losing value because it means nothing, it doesn't matter what they say it's exchanged for if you never have to exchange it. That's the point. If you have crypto and people accept crypto, they have cut out government all over the world. It's a peer-to-peer transaction, and it is impossible to trace an anonymous peer-to-peer transaction. The technology does not exist. It just doesn't. Now, I'm all for, Blake, saving your Bitcoin wallet, but people, don't be lulled into thinking that there's some magic out there that the government has to find transactions. Listen, I'm not saying to go out and cheat the government. Certainly, Blake's not encouraging that. But let's talk about existing technology. A peer-to-peer transaction anywhere can't be found unless it is something that is invented in the future. Listen, we're running out of time again. I'm sorry, Blake, because the real deal is, saving crypto. And by the way, we gave out a ton of wrong information the other day about crypto. Deputy Doc, I know that he meant well, but we have to correct something that was said about about algorithms and computers solving math problems. Because, trust me, I took 10 hours and delved into this. Now, 10 hours might not seem like a lot, but I seriously mean reading every white paper there was about this stuff, and we gave out some wrong information on the value and how it's established.
You know, see, Mark, you know what I'm talking about now. He keeps saying, well, what are the fucking chances of auditing 100 exchanges with 10 million transactions?
I still don't know how they do a basis, though, even if they did. Tom had 10 Bitcoins. How do they know what you paid for those Bitcoins?
And what I used them for? They don't even know where the fuck they went. They can't tell where they went. Mark, the government is in big fucking trouble if people don't voluntarily tell them. They're in big fucking trouble.
In the left lanes, westbound I-70 approaching Sheridan, a multi-vehicle crash there. Also watch out for a rollover crash, Highway 93 and Coal Creek Canyon Road, Highway 72. Police are on the scene.
I do like the idea. Don't you like the idea of using cryptocurrency everywhere, though? I do like it. I think it's too volatile right now. You could be a millionaire one day and broke the next.
One of the problems we had
The National Western Stock
is
Show
our
has been
money
postponed, but the
is
Spirit
going to be worthless.
Ken, you get on an IV? IV.
Talk Show because they share the same commitment to delivering an exceptional experience. Call 1-800-GET-WINDOWS for the largest discount ever.
My wife and I have already scheduled our next IV treatment at home. We don't go to hydration bars anymore because for the same price, I can get the Myers cocktail or I can get any combination I want at home. If you have trauma, dehydration, vitamin deficiencies, migraines, hangovers, whatever it is, you can get an IV drip at home in the comfort of your home. That's RockyMountainIVMedics.com. Ask for the NAD treatment. That's a rejuvenation at a cellular level. Call or text 720-987-2155. RockyMountainIVMedics.com. Oh my God. I'm not, I'm not trying to give him, I hope to God it doesn't sound like I'm trying to give Blake a hard time, but we're giving people, like that one guy that gave people the wrong idea about timeshare. How you don't have to inherit fucking shit. You don't want it. But Deputy Doc gave out total wrong. When he said, well, it just does busy work. That is, every single computer that mines is in the blockchain. That is why it's there, is to decentralize it and to earn. They need tremendous power in order to generate Bitcoins because every single transaction must be recorded for it never to be spent twice. Therefore, every Bitcoin has a lineage. That's the blockchain. So every Bitcoin, every single one has a lineage. And that lineage has to be kept track of. It has to be verified 3 times every time a transaction takes place.
It goes to a dono chap. Now that's part of the lineage.
And 3 times verified.
And more than that, it's not like we're talking about a penny. We're talking 1 Bitcoin is a zillion fucking pennies.
So when he said, oh, didn't that seem weird to you when he says, oh, no, the blockchain's totally different than mining?
Another client said,
I love people who get this much information and then fucking come on like an authority. It bothers me because it's like we give out wrong information.
Enter your address and get started with a free valuation. It's that easy. That's Orchard.com. Again, Orchard.com.
If you've ever watched a movie about hockey, you probably had a chuckle at the guy missing a couple of front teeth. But if you've ever lost a tooth, or 2 or 3, in sports, or an accident, or just by bad dental hygiene, it's the furthest thing from funny. And Aspenwood Dental and the Colorado Dental Implant Center is here to help. Missing teeth means you can't eat everything you want, you feel nervous smiling, so people think you're never happy, you're hesitant to go on a date or just out with friends. So if that describes you or someone you care about, please get in touch with Aspenwood Dental today and set up your absolute...
But here's what's really amazing, Mark, is we start talking value in and of itself. Who's to say value is taxed if it's never realized?
Well, that's what I was asking.
No, I mean, when we do peer-to-peer transactions, we can call it whatever the fuck we want.
Because we never
one
converted
Bitcoin for one Bitcoin.
We never converted it.
The government is going to have this is a major problem right now, a major problem that they haven't even, because the notion of value does not exist. Value is what we put on it.
So, I call my friends at Swiss America to get the scoop of whether this silver opportunity is for real. What I discovered blew my mind. For example, today silver faces a huge shortage due to rising demand by solar, electric, military, and
you know, taxes has always been calculated on income.
America, which explains why silver prices cannot stay at this level.
If there's no growth of value, if there is no value, realized value, but when I take one Bitcoin for something,
yeah, whatever, a car,
and then I choose to take a half a Bitcoin later on because that Bitcoin is worth more, there is nothing the government can calculate on that. It's incalculable because I have now decided to take one half a Bitcoin. They can't say, but you used to take one, therefore this guy has a 50% gain. It's impossible because value doesn't exist. It's the amount of Bitcoin. I'm not putting a value on mine. I'm not saying it's this many dollars. I'm saying it's this many Bitcoins. If that, I could change the amount of Bitcoins, and my Bitcoins buy more or less. There is no calculable, there's no gain. It's just impossible.
Denver's talk station, online at khout.com.
You know, people, I don't want to get too far because this show is a consumer show. And this is one of the most pressing consumer issues of all time, in my opinion. Cryptocurrency is going to change the world because of its very nature. So in the next hour, we're going to take more time to describe it from the ground up very quickly, now that I actually, honest to God, understand it. And I had a chilling revelation. Value in and of itself is intangible. The government has always taxed on what is called income or gain. That is a value that grew and realized. When you do not deal in dollars any longer and you simply deal with a Bitcoin, if I asked for one Bitcoin for something, let's say I asked for 10 Bitcoins for something, but Bitcoins went up, and now I'm asking only one Bitcoin for it. There is no way for the government to ever to say, when I bought that now for one Bitcoin, that I have realized 9 Bitcoins in that transaction, because that seller is not converting it to dollars. He is saying, I want 9 Bitcoins, or 1 Bitcoin, or 5 Bitcoins. It's incalculable because there is no value assigned to it. Yes, there's an intangible value that we are mentally figuring, but if not converted to dollars, I guarantee you that under today's law, you will make the argument to the Supreme Court that there was no realized gain because you get more for something. If you take $1 and you can buy more with it, or less with it, the IRS never gets involved. It's something that goes beyond economy. It becomes an intangible philosophy. And that is what Bitcoin is doing. It is taking the value proposition out of it. And it is saying we are agreeing to this exchange. All of us. It is decentralized, and therefore no one can give it value if we don't want them to.
Do you love a good story? Fantastic! Because each episode
Storytime features some of your favorite creators from YouTube, TikTok, Reddit, and beyond sharing their most hilarious, horrifying, and cringe-inducing stories.
Now, kicking in, I realize that she is talking to the doll heads.
iHeartRadio is the number
Hey guys.
podcast.
Hey dude. Heard a weird noise in my car yesterday. Went to share an auto tech. It's a rod knock. My car is fucked.
You know why I do
A rod. How many miles?
80,000.
Wait here.
2015.
Wait a minute. How?
Is there plenty of oil in it?
How many miles?
80,000.
How do you get a rod?
I don't know. I asked the guy sharing an auto tech. I said, because I checked.
You know, a rod is pulling a cylinder, but you can't pull a cylinder without cracking the case, right? I mean, it's fucked. It needs an engine job.
It's screwed. There's nothing I can do with it.
Does it drive okay?
Wait a minute.
It drives fine now.
Well, you just do it until you don't drive it anymore. What do you plan to do with it?
I mean, I plan on keeping it and maybe trading it in towards something.
A rod knock doesn't mean it's going to fail. You understand that?
I mean, the last car I had, whenever I had a rod knock and tried to drive it, it just went kaput.
Is it loud enough? Is that why you brought it in?
Do you know what the rod is?
Yeah, because I started to hear it because
do you know what a rod is?
It's like in the engine.
The pistons. The piston goes up and down, right?
Yeah.
There's a rod that connects to the bottom. If this is the piston, there's a rod that connects it to the crank. And if that rod is knocking, it means there's play in it. Now that, or either on the crank side or on the wrist pin of the piston, that doesn't mean it's going to fail. Now it could, but there are additives you can do to prolong that. There really are. Microlon.
Okay.
No.
All I know is that it's like
you can't.
It's like at this point, like I was
it's gonna break. Like this.
It's gonna break.
You might be better off trying to get rid of it now.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking while it runs and drives. At least trade it in, and then the value would be higher. If I could trade it in plus like 1,000, 2,000 towards something, I might be able to get something that I would pay astronomically for. I paid $4,333 for it.
Is it paid off?
Yep, it's mine.
Okay. So listen. If you can get. Do you have credit?
No, not. I mean, I'm about to declare bankruptcy, so no, I won't be able to use it. My girlfriend has credit. Like, her credit is terrible. So,
but I'm saying it's almost. I swear to God, nowadays with new cars, you can get a new car for us. If you can afford a payment, you can get a new car for under $300 a month.
If I can get that, then yes, I would be willing to pay. I can pay that, but I have no credit.
Wow.
What's in store this week at Staples?
Everything to stay healthy and safe, like hand sanitizer, masks, and cleaning products, all in stock and priced low.
Staples has everything you need to.
Well, I got it at 79,000, and it's like 80. Yeah, it's not his fault. It's as is. I understand, but I'm just saying. Do you think maybe if I call him and just ask, is it? No, it's like one of the employees.
Does he know you work for us here?
Yes.
Fuck yeah, I'd call him. Why wouldn't you call him?
I was like, should I at least give it a shot?
Fuck yeah, why wouldn't you? If I bought a car 1,000 miles later, I'd be pissed.
How much did Kevin say it would cost to fix?
They didn't give me an estimate. They just said it's a rod knocking. It says probably gonna be kaput.
It'd be more than $4,000.
Yeah.
Call Big John. In fact, Suzanne's got his
number.
His like cell number.
Guys, yeah.
I was gonna call him, like not even be like and ask about it. Just be like, is it worth a shot? No. I turned down the music when I turned in, and then like I noticed, I was like,
if he knows who you are, I have a feeling.
Who told you it was a rod?
I went to Sheridan Auto Tech. It was one of, I don't know the name of the guy, but it was one of the employees at Sheridan Auto Tech.
He says you can hear it. I mean, you go turn it. That's why.
How do you know it's not Tappet? How do you know it's not the lifters?
I don't know, but he looked at he went outside and he looked at it, and like whenever he told me like turn it on, I revved it up slightly. He looked at it and he said yeah, it definitely sounds like it's a rod knock, man. And like whenever it accelerates, it gets like higher and higher.
Regardless of what it is, the only way you're going to fix it is tear it down. I mean, it's just not worth it.
But lifters. So what? You don't even have to. What I'm getting at is we don't know it's a rod.
By the way, I'll just at least call the owner and see what's up, and then see where I can go from there. I just wanted to talk to you guys and ask you if it's at least worth a call.
Hell yeah, it's worth a call.
Let me get the show set up, or the rest of the show set up real quick.
Mark, when did we go on? What time, actually?
2.5, 3 minutes.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Churches. From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, let's just go down the list. Got a crash? What's
down there? Oh dear, Dave, that sounds divine. Yes, I saved your last email with, explaining what you do and how you work. So that way, if anybody calls me, I know now how to use you as a resource. So I know sometimes I throw stuff at you and it's like, oh, that's not in my wheelhouse. This is what I do. So, yeah. You know what's interesting, and I don't know if this is a part of it or not. Dave, and I got to go here in a minute, but I want to say this. I was thinking after you and I emailed a few weeks ago, we used to get all these calls all the time, and I want to say it was right before Trump was elected, so before Trump and Assey was elected. But mostly before, we would get all these calls on VA benefits and not getting this, having a hard time handling this, that. We hardly get any of those calls anymore. Yeah. It's interesting. It'll be interesting to see if we start getting those calls again. Fingers crossed we don't.
Tom Martino, the Troubleshooter.
Gotcha. Okay.
713 Talk 713-8255. This hour brought to you by waterpros.net. Don't forget, you can have the how do I put it? The least expensive, the cheapest, but the best water conditioning systems. Whole house under $2,000. Honest to God, whole house conditioning, filtration, and it's under $2,000. Waterpros.net. The honesty and value. Waterpros.net. Okay, so we've been talking about Bitcoins. I don't want to scare all my callers away, but I do want Blake to continue here. And I didn't mean Blake is going to scare people away, but I was getting so into Bitcoins, and I'm going to dumb it down. I really am, and I'm going to help people understand it. Because I knew how helpless I felt until I did so, I'm talking about 10 hours of grueling reading and looking into all of these presentations and white papers and all that. Now, I know nothing about the investing part and what it's going to do and all that, but I do know it's here to stay, and I do know it's decentralized, and I do know it has real value, and I do know that we can dumb it down, and you'll understand cryptocurrency. The thing is, Blake only has a limited time, and I do want to get to the estate part of it. So right now, instead of explaining Bitcoin and debating, if the government's going to find it or not, I don't want to concentrate on that. So Blake, right now you handle Bitcoins as property in an estate, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Clients, yes.
Now, so what have you been doing for people with large amounts of Bitcoin?
So it depends on what they want to do with it and who they trust. If they have, as I mentioned earlier, if they have someone they trust, you can share the key or you can share the login information with them. If not, then we would consider having them hire a professional trust company, Two Oceans out of Wyoming, or we could use Southpack, which is an international company that I've worked with for a while. It depends on who they trust to hold their crypto with them. And then the other issue that I help people with, the other issues, number two, asset protection. I've talked about this on some of your show before, putting it inside of an LLC and then having that LLC owned by an asset protection trust. Just as any asset could be lost in a lawsuit, your Bitcoin could be forced to be handed over in a lawsuit. Having that held inside of a proper structure to make it hard or impossible for somebody to take it away from you. And then the third is reducing taxes if you do want to be legal about your cryptocurrency. And then there'll be the standard strategies that we put in place for reducing long-term capital gains.
And instead of me taking charge of the conversation, what I want you to say what's on your mind about Bitcoins, about estate planning, about investing, because, you've been in it a while. So go ahead.
So, first of all, Tom, I want to give you kudos. You and I spoke off air a few days ago about cryptocurrency, and you said the same thing that I hear from tons of people when I say, do you own cryptocurrency? Everyone who becomes a client of Mile High Estate Planning on our intake form, I say, do you own cryptocurrency? And when people say no, I say, why not? And the answer I get over and over is, I don't understand it. And I kind of give that as an analogy to being on the Titanic and somebody screaming, get on a lifeboat, and then hearing a response of, well, I'm not sure how lifeboats work. Well, it's time you understand how lifeboats work. It's time you understand how Bitcoin works. I'm not giving any investment recommendations, certainly when it comes to cryptocurrency, but the dollar is inflating. It's going to continue to inflate. We could face hyperinflation. Other countries are going to face hyperinflation probably sooner. And when that happens, there's going to be a domino effect, a domino rally of people rushing to Bitcoin. We are going to see Bitcoin crash over and over. It's going to crash up. It's going to crash down. It's going to remain volatile. But 10 years from now, I would not be surprised at all to have it trading at 10 times or 100 times what it currently is. Right now, I mentioned the current Bitcoin price is around $50,000 a Bitcoin. You don't have to spend $50,000 to own Bitcoin. You can own any fraction of a Bitcoin.
Okay. I want to say this. If I had a machine that could kick my ass and I just lean over, I would put in a couple kicks for never buying Bitcoin when it was down to $5. I would put in there for not buying Apple when it was at $4. I would put it in there for not buying Amazon and saying that Jeff Bezos was an idiot. I actually said that. I said, you can't have a company that loses money every single year on every single transaction and have any value. So says Tom Martino, and Jeff Bezos is one of the richest men in the world. I actually said those things. I actually said those things. You know what I'm saying? Because guess what I didn't know? I didn't know that Jeff Bezos didn't give a rip about the transactions. What Jeff Bezos was doing was building a data company. And so I'm thinking, hey, you can't sell deodorant and lose money on that and have a company. So, and Jeff Bezos is saying, I'm gathering every buying habit in the entire world, and the rest is history. So, when it comes to investing, you don't ask Tom Martino. I mean, I make money, but it's only because I work hard. And I've never made money investing, except in real estate. Oh yeah, I had $22 million in the bank at one time, and about $60 million worth of real estate. And guess what? Boom, crash, bing, bang. I lost it all. So here's the deal. That was the big giant recession. So what I'm getting at is I'll never give investment advice. If you want hard-working advice, I can do that. Now, I'm not telling you I haven't lived well off of the money until it was lost, but real estate went down. It was none of my fault. But I have a fear, and this is my fear, Blake. It's like when Tom buys it, everybody watch out, because now that's a sure thing. It's going to crash. And I'm kind of joking. I don't want to make it sound like everything I buy crashes. But what I'm saying is this. It's an amazing thing. And I always seem to hesitate out of fear and out of being, I try to be sensible. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't always work out. So when it's at 50, I say to myself, I should have done it at 30. You know what I'm saying? Now, if it gets to 100, I'm going to be remembering this conversation saying I should have done it at 50. So I don't know the answer, Blake.
So, but here is something that listeners can walk away with. Education. Pay attention to it. You spent 10 hours reading. There's tons of information on there online for free. YouTube videos. My website has a tiny bit of information on it as well. But there's a lot of information out there. Study about it. Pay attention to it, because sooner or later, whether you want to face the reality that our monetary system is saving, that the $200,000 that you have saved away for your retirement in cash is not going to buy you nearly as much as you hoped it would. pay attention to it. Look into Bitcoin. Look into Ethereum. Look into the various cryptocurrencies. And if it means spending $10 or $50 to get yourself to start paying attention to it, go out and do that. But that's as far as I'm going to go as far as making an investment recommendation.
Anyway, Blake Harris, I can cut you loose. Let's see if we have any questions. Let's hold you on here. We got Dan. Dan, go ahead. What's your question? Dan.
Hi, guys. First thing I want to say is I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer when it comes to finances. I got a question, Mark, for you and Tom. Right now in the 7-county metro area, what percentage of people would you think own a Bitcoin?
I don't know, actually. That's a good question. Blake, what do you think as far as 2?
I can tell you how many total Bitcoin users there are. There's about 61 million total Bitcoin users. If Bitcoin was a country, it would be about the 20th biggest country, somewhere between France and Italy in size, meaning there's a lot of growth potential. If it takes over the world as the world's reserve currency, it's going to explode.
Right now,
how many users?
According to Google and according to buybitcoinworldwide.com, 11%. In a recent survey, 11% of Americans own Bitcoin, which would mean about 30 million Bitcoin owners in America. Another study found that 5% of Europeans own Bitcoins.
So we've got 7 billion people. What's the math?
You mean in the world?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it's a global currency.
Dan, what was your other
question? Let's say, hypothetically, I had $10,000 worth of Bitcoins, and I wanted to turn it into 100 Ben Franklins. Do I get on the phone and call 1-800-GOT-BITCOIN?
Boy, what a great question. Here, let's forget about the value now. Just talk about conversion. That's a great question, Blake. I can go to my investment account, and I can draw money out anytime I want. I can go to any account I have and transfer money. What do I do with Bitcoin?
Don't they have ATMs?
Good point. There are ATMs. You can go on an exchange and sell it on the open market, or you can buy.
Wait.
I think, honest to God, I think
ATMs, Tom.
Wait, I thought you were
one
joking,
Voodoo Donuts.
Suze, I thought you were joking.
No, there really is.
There's an ATM for Bitcoin.
Isn't there, Blake?
Yes, I spend a little bit of time down in Florida and Miami. There's ATM Bitcoins out here. I've even heard homeless people asking for donations in Bitcoin.
All right, listen. So what was your question, Dan? How do you exchange? So, Blake, is it as easy as going to my wallet and ACHing money to my bank?
I've sold a little bit of Bitcoin on Coinbase, and it takes a matter of minutes to get it from Bitcoin into cash.
Okay.
There's an ATM right across from Voodoo Donuts, 33rd Southwest 3rd Avenue.
All right, I got to take a break, guys. But listen, thanks for calling. If you have any other questions, hang on. I'm Tom Martino.
So I'm guessing.
That's right. That's right. But if I can, I'd love to throw in one of my own, maybe. Okay. Mark's going to do Get Found Fast. I did the last one. You can include me, Mark, but you can do it.
Oh, your mic was still on, my bad.
Tommy, click on the COVID banner for the most up-to-date information regarding vaccine deployment. Call 303-237-5700 to learn more.
Voodoo. Ideal home loans for your next ideal home loan. Now, I say that and I mean it. Now, first of all, Ideal will get you a loan that best meets your circumstances. For example, you don't need a 30-year. Sometimes you only need a 15. And yes, people are now going to 10. In fact, you can go to any term you want. It's called Pick Your Own Term. Only Ideal does that. They also do the interest rate guarantee. That means if rates go down, over the next 2 years, they refinance you free of charge. And every time you close, you get another 2 years. They do pre-approvals, too, which are like cash deals. Because once you're approved, it only takes a matter of a few pieces of paper, like appraisals and stuff, to get you funded. It's like a cash deal. IdealHomeLoans.com. IdealHomeLoans.com. They are my friends. I know them. 303-867-7000. That's 303-867-7000. All right. Divorce is a terrible time. It is. When you go through a divorce, the last thing you need is an attorney that throws fuel on the fire. With Harris Family Law, the Harris Law Firm, you will get guidance, wisdom, strength, and peace of mind. And I mean that. They also do an early assessment of divorce. It's called an early neutral assessment. You can do that. Call them, and they'll go through it to let you know exactly what to expect. Think about that. Rich and Lisa Harris own the firm, and they have a staff of wonderful lawyers. 303-622-3716. 622-3716. HarrisFamilyLaw.com. Get found fast.
GetFoundFast.com. You know what they do? Well, they'll make your website, your corporate website. They'll give you a presence online that will be much better than your competition. No matter you look at it, they did miracles for referrallist.com. We grew so quick when they got involved. You need to check them out. They'll do a free evaluation, 100% free evaluation of your company website. They'll give you free advice. They're amazing. At least take them up on the free information. No credit card, none of that stuff. Free, free, free. GetFoundFast.com.
Are you embarrassed by your smile? Are you unable to eat the foods you love? Afraid?
I believe that you deserve a smile that you can be proud of so you can live your life the way you want, with a peace of mind that you can smile without embarrassment. Please tell Doug we didn't forget him. If you want to help him get your life back, I invite you to my office for free consultation.
Doug? Tommy said we are almost done with this conversation, and he did not forget about you. And thanks for your patience. Thank you for your patience, Doug. All right, man. We're going to come to you as soon as this conversation is going to be over after. So we're going to come back from break. All right. You're the best, Doug. Hang on a minute.
Huge changes in our economy.
The fuck they want, but as far as the voting base,
yeah, they would lose a lot of votes, but who are they losing? Who votes for them? It sure as fuck ain't the guy with a handful of bitcoins.
Reminding you that a mortgage refinance is more than just a lower interest rate. It's also an effective way to...
I'll tell you another thing I think we nailed, and I think it'll be more than the U.S. There's going to be countries saying, even states, do you want to come here, you better have a fucking passport that says you're a good boy, whatever the fuck they want to define good boy as. You have your vaccine, you wear a fucking mask, you agree to this, you agree to that. Imagine walking into another state is like entering into a contract. When you come here, you agree to do this. So when you land at the airport, bing, bada bang.
Or online at AmericanFinancing.net.
So they came out, Cuomo apparently wanted to play fucking strip poker with some of his other people. Of course, headline Fox News, they asked Hillary Clinton, they asked about 3 other reporters, asked these prominent women about it. None of them had a fucking comment. Not one. But Trump grabbed pussy, and actually he did it. He talked about it, saying in a locker room, that's what they do, or whatever the hell it was. You know, when you're super rich, you can do whatever you want. But Cuomo, when you're super rich and super democratic, let me tell you, you literally can fucking do anything.
Well, Mark, it goes both ways. No, what I meant is, politics trump everything. Politics are above religion. Politics are above friendships. Politics are above everything. That's people compromise everything for politics.
Call or text 720-987-2155. 720-987-2155.
This is Chris Collinsworth.
You will never hear about strip poker on CNN.
Presented by DraftKings.
Not one story.
Defensive end J.J. Watt is pulling interest from several NFL teams with contract offers up to $16 million.
Again. Okay, so this makes no sense. This guy ordered CBD, okay, and it's been like 2 weeks, he still hasn't got it. But, yeah, but listen, I understand that. We just got Sherry's berries that her friend sent her for her birthday. 8 days late. They were wilted. They were fucking gone. So, listen, I get that. But why would Guatemala
be in the chain.
Tell your smart device to play 630
For ordering CBD. Why would one of the locations of FedEx or UPS be fucking Guatemala? Well, I know that.
Well, that's not their fault. They don't say, hey,
are you sure it doesn't ship from there?
No, they wouldn't say, hey, routed through Guatemala. Hi, Tom Martino, your
Troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Jim has a question on buying Bitcoins. Go ahead, Jim. Blake Harris can be with us for the next few minutes, and then basically he was just on to talk about preserving and keeping Bitcoins in an estate. Go ahead, Jim.
Tom, I got a really basic question. You got $1,000, you want to buy Bitcoin. How do you do it?
You know, you go on, you go online. Okay. No. You go to like company, or? Well, yeah, there are several companies. One of them that was recommended to me is Coinbase.com.
They're an exchange,
and when you go there, they'll have primers and information on every aspect of it. Okay, it's easy to just go and read about it there. Coinbase.com. So that's all, and then you just do it all electronically. Blake Harris, any parting words? You wanted to split. You need to go. Let's talk.
If you have cryptocurrency in your estate plan, feel free to contact me. If you want to pay by Bitcoin or other cryptocurrency, Mile High Estate Planning accepts cryptocurrency. Thanks for having me on the show.
MileHighEstatePlanning.com, 833-ASK-BLAKE.
See you, Blake.
Now, the other day we talked about mining and we talked about getting, and again, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but we all allowed wrong information to go out there. And I want to clear this up. I want you to look at Bitcoins as something that started small and got big. It'll never get more than 21 million. When the originators, a team of programmers, got together and decided on this, they wanted a way to exchange over the internet that was decentralized and not going through a bank. They simply wanted some kind of an app that could buy and sell without having a central basis. They wanted a currency. They called it Bitcoin. In the beginning, it only took a couple computers to generate Bitcoins. The founders did it. Because each Bitcoin, in order for it to be pure, has a lineage. Every single Bitcoin. So if you have a Bitcoin, it has a history. That entire history is a blockchain of transactions. The entire history. And what a transaction involves is verifying that history 3 times to make sure it's not been double spent or claimed to be owned by 2 people or something like that. It keeps it pure. Now, it gets way more complicated. This is very basic, so please, all these people that love emailing you forgot to say this and that. So now, if you look at each Bitcoin having a lineage, the more Bitcoins that are out there, and the longer the lineage, the more transactions involved in that particular Bitcoin, the longer the lineage and the longer it takes to verify. So it's about 1,000 times or 10,000 times more computing power now than it used to be to generate Bitcoins, because people volunteer their computers to be one of the verifiers of transactions electronically. And in exchange, they are given Bitcoins. That is how it is paid for.
Very small pieces of Bitcoins.
Yeah, right now. So what that means is this. It is not busy work that your computer is given to simply solve math problems. That is not the case. Every single computer in the network being used to process a transaction, and it takes thousands and thousands to verify lineage and to verify authenticity, those are rewarded with fractions of Bitcoins. So that is why people mine coins. They're part of the whole system. And because it is spread over thousands of computers, there is no centralized country, no set of laws, no one person. No one can shut it down, nor can anyone cheat it. Well, they say because of the tremendous redundancy in verifications of lineage. Okay? Now, we can get into all of the intricacies, but it's not necessary.
I wonder how it does. I wonder how it does determine if your busy computers see that the lineage of this one Bitcoin was X, but someone hacked into mine somehow and said it was something else. I wonder how it knows what is right. It asks everyone else, and whoever's got the most?
Well, here's what it said. What they're doing, I said verification. That might be a wrong word, although it does verify. But so far, what it's been doing is not simply verifying, but recording. Because really no one has well, somebody may have tried, but I've not heard of a blockchain being shut down and the transaction being denied. I'm sure it happens, but I don't know the answer to that. The point is that every miner out there is part of the blockchain and part of the transactions. Without them, you could not have transactions. The motivation for transactions are Bitcoins. My only question, and again, I'm not going to get into it here and now, but my only problem is once all 21 million Bitcoins are out there, then how do they reward people for the blockchains? That part I don't understand because there's no more Bitcoins to be mined. But I think I don't know. I think maybe by charging for the transactions or something. Again, that is not important. The important thing is each Bitcoin has a lineage. That lineage must be verified and added to because every transaction adds to its lineage. And therefore, the blockchains are needed to do that busy work, but that busy work actually executes the blockchains, and their reward are Bitcoins. Deputy Doc says he has a question. Go ahead, Doc.
Oh, no, my question was for Blake. I wanted to know what he thought was going to happen when all 21 million are mined and there's no more to be had. How is that going to influence the Bitcoin world?
You just heard me ask that. I don't know, Doc. I mean, for example, if they're all mined, how are people rewarded for the blockchains? I don't know. I mean, I don't. And that's a good question. I don't know if Blake knows. Let's ask him. Blake, do you know what happens after all 21 million are out there?
I have looked into that question myself, and there are fees that the miners would still make. I imagine there's a transaction fees.
Yeah, and I actually think transaction fees will be taken as Bitcoins.
Or they go to zero.
So in other words, if you look at millions of transactions a day, it's very likely that the people's processing the transactions will take a portion of the transaction fee. You know, so I mean, I guess that would happen. Doc, I don't know. I mean, I guess that would happen. But I do know that having only 21 million, my God, that is going to start making decimal points because we're going to have like a fraction, like we have fractions of the dollar. You know, we have pennies. So it's really an amazing proposition. Doc,
well,
did you have
that now, Tom? You know, at 50,000, you can buy any portion of that 50,000 that you choose to.
Exactly. That is true. Okay. So anyway, if anyone else wants to discuss it, go ahead. Fine. We'll do it. I want to start with Randy, and we'll get an expert on. Randy, you bought, let me get this straight, just the main problem. You bought a used car, and did it fail the visual inspection for emissions?
Well, I'm getting the code saying that the cat was bad, so I just took it to the exhaust shop, and they said it's completely missing.
Now, Randy, how long have you had the car?
2 weeks.
Okay, well, you should have done something in the first 3 days, and I don't understand why you didn't. Because
let's see what it is, too.
Yeah, let's find out if it's a dealer. All of that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
If you missed it, Simply Floors and Bright Light. $1,000.
Give Bright Light a little love. He's out of town. They could use some customers, whatever. Say free back cracks. Free Bitcoin with each one.
That's fun to 200-200. And good luck.
Now, impact traffic. This report is sponsored by Church-It.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, a slew of crashes.
In a lot of ways, and I'm going to tell you, I would fucking do anything you can to have this guy do something for you. Okay? I don't give a fuck what it is.
I gave him John's cell phone number.
You should, and tell John I'm fucking pissed about it. Do whatever it takes for you. If you paid $4 grand for something and less than 1,000 miles later, it's a fucking turd. This guy needs to do something, especially after he came on now telling us what a great fucking dealer he was.
Yeah, that's the only reason I was like, I don't want to be that job. I was like,
why? Why would you lay over on it?
I don't know.
Okay, well,
I don't want
only you can ask that question or answer it.
Yeah, 10 seconds till Simply Floors and Bright Light.
Just $5. Church-It, bringing it down home flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Bright Light Chiropractic is a chiropractic clinic at University and County Line. And I urge you to check them out, especially if you're new to chiropractic. For just $49, you get a comprehensive evaluation, including diagnostic imaging, a full examination. Adjustments start at just $30. Always discounts for veterans and seniors. You need to check them out. BrightLightDenver.com. BrightLightDenver.com. 720-583-4506. That's 720-583-4506. Floor coverings are the #1 issue in a home. As soon as you walk in, I mean, they just cover everything, right? Now, floor coverings for yourself also are a cleanliness issue. If they're old and raggedy, you can get brand new floor coverings at extraordinary savings from simplyfloorsinc.com. Buddy and Karen Mitchell belong to a buying group, and they passed their savings on to customers, plus gotten the best installers in the business. Simply Floors Inc. That's where you make your own appointment, and they'll bring anything you're interested in out. Simplyfloorsinc.com.
Can white Americans ever pay their debt to black Americans? I'm Whitney Dow.
And I'm Erica Alexander. And our podcast, Reparations, The Big Payback, explores the legacy of slavery and how white people have exploited, pillaged, and tortured black people for centuries. And now iHeartRadio is #1 for podcasts, but don't take our word for it. Every Thursday, listen to Reparations, The Big Payback, produced by Color Farm Media and The Black Effect.
On the iHeartRadio app or wherever.
Barely. I heard enough.
What? That makes me uncomfortable. It was a strong damn start to that commercial, too.
Served as the Director of Research and Development for the Dr. Adam Graves in Castle Rock and countless other doctors recommend Blue Sky CBD exclusively. The reason behind this is their products are created using the highest quality CBD in the country. They guarantee the purity, and their formulas are created using BlueSky-CBD.com. Use promo code KNOW for 30% off and try the same balm I use for only $14. You're not going to be disappointed. BlueSky-CBD.com. Promo code KNOW for 30% off. BlueSky-CBD.com.
Well, it's the start of a new year, and if you're a timeshare owner, you probably just paid your annual maintenance fees. But if you're feeling stuck in your unwanted timeshare, it's not too late to get out, even if you've already paid those fees. This month only, get a maintenance fee credit with Timeshare Termination Team. So for those timeshare owners who have already paid your maintenance fees for this year, it's not too late. Get started with Timeshare Termination Team this month, and they will apply what you paid for this year's maintenance fee toward the cost of our services. Timeshare Termination Team will...
Did you hear that commercial? That really awkward iHeart commercial, right after you did your commercial?
What was it? You mean about black people?
Yeah.
Yeah. What did it say? I didn't hear it. That white people have been enslaving, taken advantage of, and exploiting black people forever, and it still continues.
I didn't hear it.
Basically, the commercial started off saying white people tortured black people for centuries or something like that. It was a very strong start.
The worst part of needing bladder control products? carrying them around the store.
That's how you got to start that conversation with Big Tom or whatever his name is.
You deserve better. Get because.
Say, hey, guys like you have been taking advantage of guys like me forever.
I'll use something to that effect.
And then a big dramatic pause.
And they'll send bladder control products right to your door in discreet, plain packaging every month. Get Because and the Fit Finder guarantees your underwear, pads, and guards fit right and won't leak. Get Because and you'll save money. Because is trusted by more than 100,000 customers. And right now, the first 100 listeners who
So I have to go to passwords, and I got to get to referral list password because it doesn't let me. It's weird. It just doesn't remember my password for referral list, but it does for everything else.
Getbecause.com/free. Getbecause.com/free.
Did you know the River Nile flows south to north? Learn more about the river that shaped one of the first civilizations in the Nile. 5,000 years of history on Curiosity Stream. Curiosity Stream is the streaming video service full of thousands of documentary films and TV shows about nature, science, history, travel, and pretty much anything else you want to learn about. Spark your curiosity on any device that can stream video. Learn more and sign up today at curiositystream.com. Denver's talk station, available everywhere with the iHeartRadio app.
Now #1 for podcasting.
630 KHOW. And
All right, guys, you're back.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay, Doug, I didn't forget about you. So listen, here's what I want to know. You say that you had an eviction guy and your attorney kind of botched it up. Is that what you're saying in a nutshell? Everything he told you was wrong. Did you pay by the hour? How'd you pay this attorney, Doug?
I was paying him by the hour. I gave him a $1,200 retainer, and he blew through that really fast. So my big question is he also charged me for an hour and a half that I can verify through my phone and my location that I didn't meet him that day. And
did he say that he met you, or did he say that he worked on your case? There's a big difference.
He said he met me. There was a conference with Doug, is what's on the thing. And see, he marks with a teleconference and a regular conference. Now, I did meet with him on the 5th and 6th, and the court date was the 7th, but I did not meet with him on the.
Did he charge you for the 5th and 6th?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so this is an extra conference he threw in there. Okay, so there is something called
mistakes and everything else.
Is he willing? Is he willing to adjust the bill? That's the first question.
Well, last time I talked to him about his bill, Tom, he got really angry. I mean, so angry. He's like, nobody ever questioned.
Who is this guy?
Rich Hill. He later apologized to me profusely and said he shouldn't have done that. And I'm like, I don't know how you did.
You go to the fee dispute. Listen, there's a fee dispute committee with the bar.
And they're serious folks.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you do. You put in a written complaint with the fee dispute committee.
I'd tell him first you were going to do that unless he refunds whatever you're looking for.
I want to know something, Doug. Do you have an engagement letter?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's required. And then
and that's the thing he made a mistake on that I had to go down to the courthouse and fix. And in his messing up of
what did he make a mistake on?
The letter that you turned to the court that says that he is now my lawyer.
No, that's not the fee. The fee agreement is just between you and him. You know.
Okay. Yeah. We did have a fee agreement. Yes.
Okay. Now the stuff that he messed up on. The stuff that he messed up on. Did it cost you money?
Yeah, because every time he messed up, I had to pay for it. Like when I had to come back down to his office to get the new form to turn back into the courthouse.
What did he? What did he make a mistake? What?
He put the wrong date on it.
Okay, what else? What else cost you money?
And then, so in the end, there was some stipulation stuff. We ended up settling out because I got nervous about going to court and trying to do this. I'm like, I don't think this guy knows what he's doing. And the free lawyer for this guy does know what he's doing. And he brought up a mistake that was made on another piece of paper that I made that I had paid Rich to keep me from making. And that was the agreement we had in the beginning. He's going to.
How did you find Rich Hill?
through a recommendation.
Yeah.
Through a trusted friend.
Let's see if he'll come on. Why not? Let's call him up.
Oh, I don't want to do that.
Well, it says...
I don't want him to get mad at me again.
I mean, I don't even know where it says in his areas of practice he even does this. It doesn't...
He said he was a real estate lawyer, but then he...
Yeah, no, I see that, but what is this? He's not a tenant landlord.
Yeah, but it's not like you have to be.
I understand, but it's not even mentioned, not once, on his site, not once.
He's a jack of all trades.
Yeah. So all these mistakes I ended up paying for. I even got a parking ticket because it took him so long to fix one mistake. And then afterwards, he made mistakes on other stuff. And I mean, what do you suggest, Tom? Do I just write him a letter?
No, you go to the fee. You go to the fee dispute committee, and you say you didn't get quality service for the money, and you want an adjustment, especially for the hour and a half he didn't meet with you. How much an hour were you paying?
$300.
Would you settle for $450 for that hour and a half?
Well, no, I was paying $300 an hour.
Okay, so $300 an hour and a half is $450.
It must be more than that because he charged me $540 for that evening appointment that never happened.
All right, then you dispute. Would you settle for the $540?
Well, the whole bill is $4,000.
I'm asking you. I'm not telling you. Would you settle?
Yeah, I would,
the only thing you brought up was the $540. Okay, there are other things you think you shouldn't pay for, put it in there. You can even take them to small claims court. Why not? Or you just go to the fee dispute committee and do online reviews for this clown. Okay?
Or let me call him. Let's try to get him on air.
Yeah, we can try to get him on, but he's not going to talk about it because he's going to say it's confidential.
Yeah, but we got him on. He can talk about it.
So
he doesn't want us to.
He doesn't want us.
I'm a little afraid to because he gets really mad.
So
really
who
fast.
cares?
You're afraid he's
Do you understand this guy has no reviews that I can see?
Mm-hmm. I saw some.
Well, okay, wait. I see him. Yeah, I see some that are really good. So anyway, Rich Hill, he doesn't look like a hothead. He's
He does.
How would you tell? But I don't know. So listen, we'll call Rich Hill though and tell him we got a complaint. Ask him if he'd like to address it and that you're on the air. Let's at least do that. Hold on, 303-713-TALK. I mean, really, we should, no matter what. I mean, we should let people know they're being complained about. That's a tenet of the show. They get a chance to respond. 303-713-8255. Steve, you got a problem with unemployment. What is it, Steve?
Hey, Tom, thanks for taking my call. I got two questions. One, I'm on unemployment now. I lost my job in December, and I've been offered a part-time job at less than half of the pay I was making in my regular employment. If I turn this job down due to the loss of hours and pay, will I lose my unemployment?
Well, of course you lose your unemployment when you take another job.
No, if I turn it down.
Oh, will you lose it? Okay. I thought the rule was you had to that it had to be comparable. But Mark, that's a good question. What if it pays less than half? Does he have to take the job? I mean, I actually never been confronted with that. You have to show you're looking for work. Is it recorded somewhere that you were offered this job?
Yes, I believe so, because they did a background check, and one of their questions was, am I receiving unemployment? So
I think you can get partial still.
No, I don't think they do partial anymore.
You think
I don't know. I don't know. Here's the deal, though. With unemployment, I do think you're obligated to take on a job. I do. I don't think it says it has to be the same job. I mean, because
I don't know how they track anything for the life of me. I mean, there's more fraud in this system than anything else.
Steve, turn it down and see what happens. I mean, I don't know. Do they ask, have you been offered a job? What do they ask when you apply for unemployment? Do they ask that? Were you offered a job?
Yes, they do. And have I turned it down? They ask that every week when I apply for my unemployment benefits.
Let's put it on our list of questions for next week.
Yeah, we got a guy coming on next week about it, but here's the point. If anyone knows that, give us a call. Do you have to accept the job no matter what it pays?
Now.
Frank Duran and 888 Heating. I got you guys back to back.
Heat.com.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, travel around Mile High City Freeway system in pretty good shape, considering how the day started out.
Mark and you both.
Earlier crashes down by 76 and 88th Avenue has been cleared. All lanes are back open.
Mark, I got it. You got the helm.
Florida and Mississippi to watch out for. Otherwise, you're looking pretty good across town. There is a closure of Sheridan Boulevard both directions, still between 49th and 52nd. Crews are replacing a power pole in that stretch. No estimated time of reopening. Fox 31 pinpoint weather. Mostly sunny the rest of today with a high of 32. Right now, mostly cloudy and 25. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Pete Wagner, 630 K-How.
Find quality candidates fast with a Heat Instant Match.
Email about 10 seconds. Frank Duran, 888.
To deliver candidates who fit your job description instantly. Claim a $75 credit on your first post at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
A great domain and a great phone number. 888heating.com, but even better, a great company that gives you the choices. If your furnace breaks, they're going to tell you how much to fix it. They're just not going to try to sell you a new furnace, even if it's an older furnace. They give you all the choices, and their pricing is great. In fact, on new systems, they will match apples per apples, and I say match, they'll actually beat the price apples per apples. They have economical furnaces starting at less than $50 a month with approved credit. And they, of course, can add an AC unit and keep that cost down. They're just great people. They've been on a referral list for a long time. But honestly, what I really do like about them is those choices. There's a lot of companies out there that basically tell you it's this way or the highway and kind of twist your arm into stuff. You're not going to get that with these guys, I promise you. 888heating.com. Write it down. Check them out. 888heating.com. Another company I love. Well, it's not actually a company. Here's what I really like. He's a man. You know who he is? Everybody out there is saying it in their brain right now that listens to the show. In fact, let's call this a trivia segment. He is the nicest guy on earth. I have never heard this man say even damn. And that, you know, if you listen to the show on Facebook, you know I can have a little bit of a mouth on me. But honest to goodness, Frank Duran, the real estate man, is the nicest man you will ever find anywhere. To me, he's like a walking god. He can actually sell your house for more than virtually any other realtor out there, and he proves it day in and day out. The other thing he can do is negotiate that new house you're looking for and get you the honest-to-goodness best price. He's a walking saint. In fact, here's what I really like. A guy that can prove it with numbers. You want to hear this? Frank Duran, the real estate man, sells more homes, closes on more deals in 1 month than the average realtor does in an entire year. Frank Duran, the real estate man.
This is Bill Ampere, general manager of Food Lexus Greenwood Village, number one Lexus dealer in Colorado. New certified pre-owned sales. Clobbered, man. We didn't get shit. We had 6 inches, maybe 6, 5 or 6. Suzanne said Highlands Ranch got 18. What did Highlands Ranch get? Like 18? No? Oh. 13. 13.
But there is a best time, and that's when you're building a home or remodeling a home. And there's a best way.
Me and Mikey are going up to the casinos.
During these projects,
I'm going to go play poker, man.
Allowing you to include wired and wireless systems so you can play the music in multiple rooms, or close your garage door, see who's in your backyard, or adjust your thermostat from control tablets located conveniently in your home.
What's that?
On your smartphone, so you can do it all.
Did he send it?
Electronic integration will help.
It started in Arvada.
Better than you've imagined. And
Is that the old one or the new one?
how about the advantage you get?
This is, you're looking at the original email. I emailed him off. I said, what are you talking about Guatemala? There's nothing on here, Guatemala. He goes, I sent the Guatemala one a couple months ago. I'll resend it to you. I'm looking for it. So I don't know yet. But I can't logically think of why an order from the States would go through Guatemala in a million years.
You're a small business owner, things may have gotten tougher lately. You're probably looking for savings wherever you can find them, so you may be surprised to hear that most small businesses overpay for workers' compensation insurance. Many insurance companies just aren't set up to give small businesses the savings they deserve. But Pi Insurance was created to change that. We serve small businesses exclusively.
Oh my God, do you see what this said though?
You owe it to yourself to find out if you're
Holy shit. I was way off, man.
Smartphone at trypi.com. Pi Insurance is a no-brainer.
They ordered this on September 15th, dude, and he still doesn't have it. Did you hear that?
Affordable and easy to work with. As easy as Pi, in fact. Savings matter now more than ever. Isn't it worth taking?
Oh my God, Tom.
Claim for workers' comp? Ask your insurance agent for Pi Insurance or get a quote today at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
What's in store this week at Staples?
Everything you need for a totally productive workspace.
Staples has the technology, supplies, and furniture you need to upgrade workspace at amazing prices.
Like right now, select chairs are 40% off.
Plus, when you buy any office chair, get 25% off all desks, file cabinets, chair mats, bookcases, and lighting purchases.
Shop in store or pick up curbside.
Upgrade your workspace and save at Staples. See staplesconnect.com for details.
And 22721 in-store only while supplies last. Curbside available at most stores. Let's be real. Mopping is a hassle. You have to fill the bucket, pushing a wet, heavy mop around, then cleaning the mop when you're done so it doesn't grow bacteria. A hassle on top of a hassle. Try Swiffer Wet. With Swiffer
Are you sending it to him?
a fresh pad and cleaning solution
No.
every time.
Oh, not yet. No, I
When
was
you're
doing
done,
something else.
You just toss the pad. Swiffer Wet Jet. The faster, easier, cleaner way to clean your floors.
Imperial Chinese is one of the top restaurants in Denver, serving high-quality food since 1985. They pride themselves on creating mouth-watering dishes such as their signature Peking duck, grilled Colorado rack of lamb, and all-white meat sesame chicken. Imperial always uses fresh produce, no MSG, and they cook each dish to satisfy your taste buds. Imperial offers many vegetarian and gluten-free menu items, and is always adding new seasonal dishes. Come get the best Chinese food in Denver at 431 South Broadway. Call 303-698-2800.
Denver's talk station has your shot to win $1,000. You got 12 chances a day, every weekday. Listen at 5 past the hour for the 12K a day giveaway.
All right.
Sponsored by Diaries on 630 KL.
All right, guys, you're back in about 10 seconds.
Then I'm Benjamin more paint by joining the Guy Reed loyalty program. Stop by a store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Guy Reed, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Steve, unemployment, basically, from what I'm finding out, if it's a job, you got to take it. That's what I'm finding out. I don't know if anyone has had any other experiences like that. On another note, when that guy said that attorney got pissed off, this Rich Hill, and, you know, when he questioned, you know, there is no place for that, by the way, in law. Every attorney, you should be able to ask questions about their fees. Every single part of their fee. And their fees must be kept in a trust account. And they have to address each and every concern. They must also give a complete reporting of that trust account. Now, I don't know, you know, if you exaggerated about Rich Hill, but he should be able to address this and should not get pissed off. But if you have down a date that he said he met with you and he didn't, well, that's BS. That's not right. Now, one time, I met with an attorney for some friends. I call him, he calls himself Brian the Bulldog.
Oh, no.
Moore. I call him Brian the Cadaver Moore because he looks like a cadaver. And the coloring's the same, the saggy skin on the bone, and, you know, kind of a stretched, kind of saggy look at the same time. It's hard to explain. Transparent skin, clothes that don't fit right. They're kind of hanging off them. And
sounds like Herman Munster.
And an odor, kind of a sickly perfume, but rotting flesh odor. And so that's what you get when you walk in his office. Anyway, he one time took somebody's case that I knew and never touched it for months and months and months and months. And just before it was the statute of limitations was about to expire, he calls him, or they call, and he says, you know what, I'm just dropping you. So, you know, not only was an abandonment, but he made it almost impossible for them to get another attorney. So I do believe there are bad attorneys out there. Of course, Brian Moore, one of them. He might be so old right now he's not practicing, or you may have to go to the cemetery to get a consultation. But in any case, yeah, this guy, he's a sickly, old, old
I remember
crab.
you saying you would never make fun of someone's looks.
I'm not making fun of the way he looks. I'm making fun of everything about him, not just the way he looks.
Are you curious when...
That was very
This is Kurt Cambier. Visit my website now.
Because you're correct. You weren't just making fun of the way he looks. Also the way he smells.
Kurt with a K.
Boy, he really pissed you off, didn't he?
Kurt with a K.
I wish I was there.
He came up like he was going to beat me up or something. The guy, I was afraid to look at him, let alone, I was afraid like his arm would fall off or something.
He's like Medusa.
A registered investment advisor. Cambridge and Centennial Capital Partners affiliated.
I've been there, not wanting to get out of bed because of pain. You can do something about it. There's a clinic of local doctors who attack pain from every angle. Evidence-based treatments with proven results, including comprehensive physical therapy. You don't have to take it to lying down. Get out. Call 303-DOC-PAIN. The local doctors dedicated to fighting your pain. All major insurance. 303-DOC-PAIN. ColoradoPainCare.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
Coming up at 5 after the hour, listen for your chance to win $1,000 on KHOW Denver.
ABC News, I'm Melvin Lopez. President Biden will commemorate 50 million COVID vaccinations, marking the halfway point of his 100 million shots in 100 days pledge.
Oh, yes, that's right. I didn't
get that point.
got everything cooking.
Sometime yesterday, if not a little bit before, but we can't fine-tune exactly the person who hit that point.
The FDA could okay emergency use of Johnson & Johnson's single-dose COVID-19 vaccine as soon as tomorrow. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi standing by her proposal for a 9/11 self-commission to investigate the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol.
What we need is the truth, and that's what we want to find out. The truth about what is happening in our country to enable something like this to be acceptable to the Republican Party.
Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell says a panel should also examine violent protests last summer. This is
See, Dave Porter says the same thing. There's no way for them to track value to you and basis or anything. No way. There's no way right now.
While trying to commit a crime. ABC's Aaron Katursky.
During the Capitol insurrection, January 6th, court records said Richard Machete texted his ex-girlfriend.
You know what's kind of cool about crypto?
This is our country.
Let's say you have it on your app. You're a single guy. You've acquired, $1 million in fucking Bitcoin. And you fucking roll off a cliff. No one knows it existed. No one can get to it. What happens to it? Where is it? I guess that's the same as if you have cash stashed away fucking in your backyard and you die. No one would ever know where to look.
Snafu on a work Zoom call. A man named Colin Pigeon showcasing somewhat of a bird problem. He works for the government of Northern Ireland, and he was on a Zoom call with lawmakers when his cat caught a pigeon. Pigeon had to rescue the bird. Luckily, both pigeons are okay. Ellen Lopez, ABC News.
It's totally normal to be constipated with belly pain, straining, and bloating again and again.
No way.
You could have a chronic condition called irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives to help relieve belly pain and let you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Individual results may vary. Do not give to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 8.
Do you take fiber?
Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage.
Not separate. There's a lot of fiber.
I take fiber pills, 6 in the morning, 6 at night, and I've done it now for years. Same brand. They're the best. They're the fucking best. Regular as a motherfucker, never an issue.
There's no nutritional value.
No, there's zero nutritional. It's all mechanical.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely critical to your well-being.
Because I don't eat enough fruits and veggies there.
It's really critical. And it's also, that's cancer.
How about these ones now I see advertised on Fox?
I probably should have more.
It's good shit, man. Oh, you mean it naturally. These pills I take are great. I don't like those fucking drinks.
What kind are they?
They're made by Now. I mean, it's just 100% fiber, but they're the size of like a...
You know, fiber can have the exact opposite effect if you don't drink enough water.
Yeah, well, that's not a problem with me, man. I drink fucking about 10 of these a day.
Saw a whopping 14 inches of snow. Thornton saw 11. Federal Heights got 10. But down in Castle Rock, they only got a little over 3 inches of snow.
Yeah, look at that. 3 inches in Castle Rock, 13 in Highlands Ranch, a foot here. Franktown was 5 or 6.
As much as public health guidelines will allow, the rec center will remain open, and they did say they anticipate the ability to have increased public attendance at Buff games. Avs got thumped by the Wild at Ball Arena last night, 6-2. Nuggets are home tonight hosting the Wizards. CU at home tonight against USC. Tip-off at 7. At latest, I'm Chuck Clark.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by AAA Colorado Insurance.
From the Vet Thread Sports Traffic Center, there's a crash on the ramp on westbound 6th Avenue, just past Federal, backing things up there. Other than that, the highway drive looking substantially better than this morning. Traffic flowing freely on I-25 through the metro area. I-70 looks good in both directions. Off-freeway, Sheridan is still closed between 49th and 52nd while crews work to replace a power pole. And there's a crash at Santa Fe and Oxford. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, partly cloudy this afternoon, a high in the mid-30s. Will drop into the teens overnight tonight. Mostly sunny tomorrow for your Friday with a high of 40. It's 28 right now in Denver. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KHAL.
Don't settle for mediocre relationships.
You have added to the
provider and get AAA insurance with coverage that loves you.
It says here, I'm added to the list, but I
switch today.
National Jewish.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, but they don't.
That guy said he got on in 4 days.
Yeah, but I've been on the list for weeks and weeks.
Well, now you're on twice.
If you're in the market for flooring, you have to check out SimplyFloorsInc.com. Not only do they have the newest LVT that's scratch resistant and waterproof, they also have the most beautiful lines of hardwood in carpet. They do free design services, and they can save.
Brett Bear? I love Brett Bear. He's smart.
The best service, the best price.
Or he's a good broadcaster. Let's put it that way. I don't know how smart he is.
Did you know that Neil Armstrong knew how?
But you know who my favorite broadcaster is? The guy that read Big Bang Ouch on the plane that crashed. And he was reading off the teleprompter. He will go down as my favorite broadcaster of all time.
It was a woman.
And pretty much anything.
I think it was a dude. Maybe it was a woman. But
Why don't you look at it? It was a woman.
when you did you do anything at school with broadcasting in college? I mean, do they teach you just to look at the teleprompter no matter what the fuck it says?
No, and there weren't teleprompters, but there were kind of, but not like that. And it was fucking crazy.
Big Bang Ouch. Captain We Too Low.
Tom Martinez, the Troubleshooter.
Oh my God! I bet they never worked again.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. RealCBDThatWorks.com. You can get now CBG as well, which is a derivative like CBD, but with other properties. Find out all about it at the website, RealCBDThatWorks.com. And you get 30% off using Tom in the promo code. 30% off, RealCBDThatWorks.com. All right, so we've been talking about Bitcoins. I will go over that a little in a minute here. Really, Bitcoins, it's very important you understand them. It can be complicated if you try to understand intricately every single stage, but in general, we can explain it to you and dumb it down. And, you know, I'm not professing to be an expert by any means. I do know the general operation at least through some extensive reading, but that doesn't make me an expert, especially when it comes to investing. But I do like the idea. However, I think it spells danger to conventional currency. And actually, it's something I don't think governments can fight. Mark thinks they can. I don't think they can. And we're going to discuss it. So, Mark, hold your argument there. Really, we will discuss that. Teresa, you have a problem. You want to give a follow-up. Are you the one who is homeless, Teresa? Hello, Teresa?
Yeah. Hi there.
Hi. Are you the one who's homeless?
Yes, and I'm still on their list because she says that there's a new girl that runs it and that she didn't get an email.
Deputy, I want to say that Deputy Marty Smarty Pants here, he helped you out a lot, and at least he got you granted back in again, which I think is amazing.
Right. I did not do what they said. I did not trash anybody's room. I'm a decent human being.
Here's what he thought. Deputy Smarty thought that the person there was not lying and that maybe what you considered to be normal occupancy, they considered to be trashing. I'm not putting you down. I'm just saying maybe you have different standards and that's what they felt. Maybe they felt.
I took out my own trash.
Well, they say that they will get you on the list and you are no longer banned. That's the good thing. And what Marty did, Smarty Pants, was really opened up at least a means of communication where you could apologize if you needed to or talk to them and hear their concerns. Again, you denied everything, but here's how he put it. So what? If you didn't do it, then at least say to them, okay, I won't do it. Because if you didn't do it, it should be easy not to do it.
Yes.
Okay.
Like I told him, I said, I have a mental disability, but, the program asks all these questions for that, too.
Now, what kind of a mental, you say a mental disability?
Yes.
Like what?
I'm on disability right now for schizoaffective disorder and bipolar disorder.
Okay. Are you on meds?
Not at this time, no, because I don't have anybody I just got out of a really bad situation with my mom dying and some other things, and it's complicated.
Teresa, if you have bipolar complicated with schizophrenia, you probably...
No, schizoaffective disorder. It's different.
Well, not much different, but the schizoaffective disorder, as you put it, that needs some help. Right? Medication?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I've had 30 years worth of therapy and whatnot.
Well, I know, but we can kind of help you probably find meds and stuff or treatment. Who diagnosed you with this?
Originally, you mean? My regular doctor.
Schizophrenia, you were adamant in saying it wasn't schizophrenia, it's schizoaffective disorder, which is actually worse, by the way.
It's hereditary, yes.
It's hallucinations, delusions, mood disorders, depression, and mania. So you need medication.
Eventually, yes. Again, I was taking care of my mother, who would not let me take my medication because I could not be at her beck and call. She is now dead.
Now
so I have some freedom now.
The mood disorder is added to normal schizophrenia to get the schizoaffective disorder, and here's what I'd like to tell you about it.
But you can't take meds and live in a car. You get DUIs.
Well, really, we need to help you.
How much SSDI do you get?
You
it
need
doesn't
help.
sound like she wants help.
Well, I'm just saying that I have been to social services and back. I tried to get my caseworker back, and I'm getting nowhere. It's frustrating.
Maybe because you keep going off your meds?
I never went off my beds before I had to take care of my mother, and it was not my decision.
And you're blaming your mom for going off your meds?
Well, here's the deal. I don't care who she blames. Are you willing? Listen, here's what I'm asking now. You know what? I am so tired of having discussions with people. I'm not when they want to defend themselves because I'm not attacking you. I'm asking you this. Are you willing to take meds now? Because I'd like to help you. Well, okay, so if you had a supply of meds, you would take them.
Yes. If I wasn't getting in trouble for leaving in a car and taking them because they have warnings on them and you can get a DUI. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I ran into that when I wrecked my car.
It's the old catch-22, Tom.
But
I just don't know what to do about it because when you take Seroquel,
let me ask you something. You don't sound symptomatic right now, but have you had recent delusions or hallucinations that you know of?
No.
How are you keeping it in check?
I guess the same way I did before I went on meds. I just have to go very slow, and people don't understand that. I guess I don't know. I have to just do it my way.
Well, that's
I don't even know how to explain it.
Oh, no, you don't have to explain it. I want to ask another question then, Teresa. When you do, let's say you have a hallucination, do you know it's a hallucination at times, or is it so entrenched in your reality that you don't know?
I don't think it's a hallucination. I think that I happen to be somewhat gifted because my grandmother and I could sit in the same room and hear each other. I can predict things. I help other people.
Right.
That kind of thing. And
do you hear voices?
I'm gifted more than sick.
Do you hear voices?
Sometimes, but not complete sentences, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Now, so you feel sometimes like it's a gift.
Yes. Oh, most of the time I get certain places where people that are in trouble because I'm a very giving person.
Hey, by the way, I want to
anyone.
You're a very honest person, Teresa, because I want to tell you something about this. I truly believe there are many people who call themselves prophets and religious people who are really just schizophrenic.
But they really believe it.
And I think I do. I think there are some that are just off the deep end, but they put they're claiming it's somebody else talking to them, so they get away with it. And
there's a lot of people like her out there, and it's almost virtually impossible to help them once she's in this situation. She doesn't have family, friends, a place to stay. Our government will give a ton of money to other countries and all kinds of stuff when we've got problems like this right here, and I'm being dead serious.
No, but Teresa,
what do you do with her?
The good part of Teresa now is we're communicating, we're talking. If she has an episode, Mark, sometimes that communication is non-existent. You can't. We had a guy one time that volunteered for us like a deputy, right? And I didn't know there was anything wrong, and he had a schizophrenic disorder, just like her, with the bipolar, and somehow he got off his meds, and he came in and he was just acting weird, and then he got in his car and starts driving around that circle out there.
In circles?
Outside in our front of our building, right here, and doing circles.
And he wasn't calibrating his compass either.
And he absolutely, positively would not stop. He just was driving all around. And the guy came in and said, "Why is that guy out there? He's one of your people." And I went out to try to talk to him, and I couldn't. So that's why I'm saying right now, obviously, you're not having episodes.
Was it Ted?
No.
When you have episodes, do you listen to people when they say, "Hey, listen, you need some help, Teresa," or
I try to, but I have a really hard time with people that know nothing about any of it and don't even know what I suffer from, that are trying to tell me what I need instead of leaving me alone like I asked them to.
Yeah. Do me a favor, Teresa, really. I want you to leave your information with Suze, and then you can call our number, 303-MARTINO, if you ever have to be understood and no one else is listening to you, okay? But you'll remember, even in your episode, you'll remember that I'm a listening ear. Seriously now, okay? And then if we can figure out a way to get you medication, we need to do it.
There is something else I need.
What is it?
I need to know about common law marriage in Colorado.
What do you need to know about it?
The same man for 23 years who left me on the doorstep of my abuser, took all the money out of the bank, and went and married somebody else without divorcing me.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm married or not.
When you were with him for 23 years, there's some questions we need to ask. Did you guys call yourselves husband and wife?
Yes.
And did you have joint bank accounts and stuff?
Yes, and the business account. Yes.
Did you file taxes together like you were married?
He usually filed his own, and I never had to file any because of the disability thing.
But okay, what about on applications or insurances? Did he ever put you down, or did you ever put him down as a spouse?
Always.
Okay.
Our cars were joint tenancy and everything, yeah.
But did you call yourselves spouses on any applications?
Yes, an insurance application.
And when he left you, did you guys have any money or assets together?
We had a business. We have a business. There was $400,000 in the bank.
How long ago was this?
Yeah, how long ago?
In 2016.
Listen, he could have screwed you royally on this. Here's the problem, okay? I'm going to tell you the problem up front. It's going to be hard to communicate with you as soon as I tell an attorney, well, she's suffering from this and this. And then they're going to wonder, was all that true or not? They don't want to waste a lot of time. I'm serious, though. You need to at least get a consultation with someone about it, because you could sue him right now. You could sue him, and maybe you could find someone to take it on contingency if he has money and if you truly were married. I want you to, do you have any proof whatsoever now that you can refer to that's still there, either on your phone, a computer? Okay, get together. Here's what I want you to do, one step at a time. Get together anything that would be evidence that you were at one time married. Anything. A job app, insurance applications, anything. A tax return where it said married, filing separately, that would say he's married or whatever. Anything that you can get a hold of, let us know. Because we're going to have some proof or no one will take it. All right?
And get back in that shelter.
Home Investors and Joe Lazera in about 45 seconds.
She was one of the first
12-month interest-free financing.
mentally ill people that.
Well, she's not having an episode.
Yeah, she was very
Not
straightforward.
Until she does.
And then it gets all cuckoo.
You don't even think.
Most of them make excuses up for everything, no matter what you say.
Mark, I had an intern. It was shocking. Joseph A. Lazara is a criminal defense attorney. Don't ever shop for one when you're under duress. A lot of people get in trouble and they say, oh my God, I need an attorney. They call me. I give them Joe Lazara. So remember that. You can refer Joe or use him. And I hope you never need him. Now that goes for DUIs too, because that is a crime. Now you may have all kinds of excuses. People are ashamed of DUIs. But no matter what, you need to address it. And you should never do it alone. Joseph A. Lazara, 303-429-6200. 429-6200. Look for him at referralist.com. Joseph Lazara. If you're looking to sell your home, you can do it the conventional way. Nothing wrong with that. But a lot of people don't want to pay commissions. They don't want inspections. They don't want tire kickers. They don't want to make any improvements. They don't want to do anything except leave. You can do that with 800-44-BUYER. And before you assume you won't get what you want, really think about it. It might be, but you'll never know without at least calling them. So call. And then why don't you let me know about it too if you had a good result or even a bad result. Let me know. They bought thousands of homes already. Get your bid. 800-44-BUYER.
Where did we come from? Why are we here?
Is there meaning to life?
While those questions are all cool, we will not be answering those questions on our podcast.
Instead, on our show From Dusk, we're responding to questions you're asking about personal, spiritual, and professional growth.
And, not to brag, but our moms think it's the best podcast ever.
iHeartRadio is #1 for podcasts, but don't take our word for it. Listen to From Dusk every Monday on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Brent Ivinson with Ideal Home Loans, and rates are still at record lows. But you don't want to play the waiting game because you're likely to get burned. Call Ideal Home Loans today where you can take advantage of our interest rate guarantee and cash in on some of the lowest interest rates we've ever seen. Call us today at 303-867-7000 to talk to one of our salary-based lending specialists or online at idealhomeloans.com. Equal opportunity lender regulated by DORA, NMLS 136756. For terms and conditions, call 844-45-IDEAL.
Individual rates, covered offers and claims may vary, subject to terms and conditions, not available in all areas. If you're a small business owner, things may have gotten tougher lately. You're probably looking for savings wherever you can find them. So you may be surprised to hear that most small businesses overpay for workers' compensation insurance. Many insurance companies just aren't set up to give small businesses the savings they deserve. But High Insurance was created to change that. We serve small businesses exclusively, and we can save you up to 30%. You owe it to yourself to find out if you're overpaying. Just get a quote right from your computer or smartphone at trypi.com. High Insurance is a no-brainer. With our simple online experience and outstanding service, we're rated excellent on Trustpilot by our customers, who tell us High is fast, affordable, and easy to work with. As easy as pie, in fact. Savings matter now more than ever. Isn't it worth taking 3 minutes to find out if you're overpaying for workers' comp? Ask your insurance agent for Pie Insurance or get a quote today at trypie.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
I'm Dr. Andrea Russo, a cardiologist. Maybe you're waiting to talk to your doctor right now, but if you're having an irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, Don't wait. This could be a serious
The bulldog.
condition like atrial fibrillation, which can make you about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you're having these symptoms, don't wait. Talk to a doctor.
He's gone now, isn't he?
Online or in person.
His website.
Brought to you by Bristol Myers
Oh, it is.
and Pfizer.
Right now, Allstate has almost as many ways to save as there are types of...
What's his name? The what? The bulldog?
B-R-Y-A-N, Brian, and then quote Bulldog more. M-O-O-R-E.
Or contact your local agent to get a quote. Find out how much you can save today.
BulldogMore.com.
To your peers.
Not available in every state. New customer savings based on other time discount. Flat life is an optional feature. Savings vary based on how you buy.
I wouldn't have a photo of myself.
Insurance company affiliates. Illinois. Roller coaster stuff markets make you nervous. With such frequent ups and downs.
Imagine you're so ugly you can't have a photo.
I'm serious.
I'm sure he doesn't look at himself that ugly. Remember how we were talking the other day? Seeing through someone else's eyes could be a very confusing thing.
That's 720-488-8604. Or online, your money, your retirement.
If I were you, I'd stay away from the camera.
Thermometer Weather Center. Bright sunshine this afternoon helping to
that was rich.
road surfaces after last night's heavy snow. The high 36. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Meteorologist.
Are you heading straight over? What are you going to do on that meeting? Just play hooky?
I can't. I gotta go shoot.
I'm going to say, I get it.
If you have a Connect, how do you get on it? So I can do it in my car on the way over.
It's on my PC, just on your phone. Put on.
Is it 2 o'clock or 2:30?
2:15. Put on Microsoft.
Talk station.
But how do you get to the meeting? There's a link.
I'll send you the link, Lee. But you got to have it all on your phone.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter.
303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, Wanda's turn. Hey, if you have a problem, question, or complaint, give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, Wanda.
Hey.
Hey, what's going on, Wanda?
Well, I wanted to call and tell you I called your little garage man, the One Choice garage door.
Wait, the garage door? One Clear Choice garage doors?
Yeah, them people, I called them.
Yeah?
I called them at 9:30 in the morning. They was out there to fix my garage door about 10:15. They got it done in an hour and a half, and they were so polite until...
Wow.
You couldn't get more.
Hey, tell me, Wanda, what was wrong with your garage door?
Well, you know, when it was cold, if you hit the button, it would go up about that far.
Yeah.
But it go up about 2 inches, and then you have to put it back down, then you have to do it again, and then it got to the point where you had to hold the button in all the time until it went, and the little remote in the car wouldn't work at all. So I had to get out, go in the garage, open up the garage door, get back in the car, and pull the car in the garage.
Well, you know, I'll tell you why that does that. The rails on a garage door, what they do is they constrict with the cold, and then they get tight, and then the safety adjustments are that kick it back, and then you have to readjust it. But, Wanda, thank you very, very much for taking the time to call in to tell us.
Yes, but he told me it was because my... garage door was like 16 years old.
Could be that, too. Who knows? Hey, I want to ask you something.
Wait. That's not old, is it? 16 years old? If it's never been adjusted.
Yeah, that's what I think he meant. But, hey, I want to ask you something. Where are you from, Wanda? That's not a Colorado accent.
I'm from Louisiana.
Okay.
You had me before. You had me on your show.
I did?
As a common woman.
Oh, wow.
You did, about homelessness.
Because you overcame it. Didn't you overcome it?
Yes.
I remember her.
Yep. Yeah. And you help others, too.
Aren't you in Castle Rock, or is that someone else?
No, I'm in Westminster.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember you. You are very impressive. Thank you, Wanda. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You know,
I never use anybody unless they're on your line, and so I thought I'd call you and tell you that they were very, very nice to me.
Thank you very much, Wanda. And that is, by the way, referralist.com she's talking about. And I miss having common men.
I miss guests.
I do too. I miss even Dan in here so I can make fun of him.
Yeah. We have no one in here. Deputy Doc's not in here.
Oh, this whole building's a ghost town, man.
Remember Deputy Clint? I don't know what's Clint been doing. Has he even bothered?
Talked to him in a
has
long
he even
time.
bothered calling?
No.
We have a list of everything Clint has done, and it has surpassed 17 pages.
It's like Gump, Forrest Gump. Remember Forrest Gump did everything? So we would joke about.
He's
Clint.
wrestled an alligator, bitten by a snake.
Everything but homeless.
Clint, were you a police officer? Yes. Clint, were you ever a construction worker? Yes. Clint, did you ever do this? Yes. And then he would have a whole story.
And if you called him out on it, he would prove it. I mean, it's not just that he said it.
Here's what I love about him. Here's what I love about him.
Struck by lightning.
He has every skill known to man. Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, drains.
A true jack of all trades.
Welding. So a long story, years ago, I had a hangar next to him up at Front Range Airport because he has a lot of hangars up there he rents out. And every time I needed something, I'd go over, hey, Clint, do you have? Yes. Or, Clint, can you help me do this? Yes. He just knows it all and does it all. So, do you know anybody like that? Isn't that cool? All right, now, Bitcoins. We are going to talk a little bit about Bitcoins from beginning to end. I'm going to make it very easy. Now, of course, you can call and ask about anything you want at 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Let's talk about Bitcoins coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
This is Denver's top.
All right, Colorado Bank here in a minute.
The morning. And Dan,
you know what, Mark? Sometimes a minute is too long and 30 seconds is too short. I missed you totally. Sometimes 30 seconds is too short. And a minute
This report is sponsored by Bet Sports.
45 seconds would be perfect.
On westbound 6th Avenue, just past
I wonder if you could technically buy.
Other than that, the highways are looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, I'm sure you could.
It probably costs more than a 60, though.
I-70 problem-free in both directions. Off-freeway, Sheridan still closed between 49th and 52nd while crews work to replace...
Oh, my God, he just emailed us.
Who, Ron Clint?
Just had to, just read your text. It's crazy.
Was it a coincidence?
I don't know. Just did it. Got ambulance ride of the year on Monday with 105.7 fever in MRSA.
Oh, fuck! It is heel again.
Infection in my heel. St. Anthony saved me again. However, MRSA infection in bone is not curable.
Receive your free bet.
If I don't lose a foot, it will kill me.
Take off your foot.
No deposit
He's looking
necessary.
forward to it.
Download the app today at betfredsports.com.
He's been playing by it for 8 years. He'll be glad to see it gone.
4700.
Yeah. All right, let's talk about Colorado Pain Care with a hopeful message. They are local doctors. They accept all insurance. They can work with all of your healthcare providers, work with you directly. They can tackle your pain. They have both comprehensive evidence-based treatments that are invasive and non-invasive. When I say invasives, it's, like we're talking some steroid shots. They have nerve blocks. They have spinal cord stimulators. These are wonderful people. Don't live with pain. 303-GOT-PAIN. 303-GOT-PAIN.
Warmer weather is just around the corner, and soon your customers will be venturing out more. Connect with them while they're
He's going to get, I'm eligible for a 21st century program. Yeah, I've seen them.
Go to iHeartAdBuilder.com and start advertising on...
Yeah, that sounds unbelievable, doesn't it?
Your business
Mark, some of them,
bionic foot.
but some of them, they're cost prohibitive now, but some, right now what they're doing with nerves is they're reattach nerves, and their nerves control them.
Yeah, it's bionic.
But how the hell do they isolate which nerve does what?
I'm sure it's just like finding if you got 1,000 different cables, it's tracking one on one side to the other. There's got to be a way.
Mark, there's a TED Talk on it.
It is in the Colorado Dental Implant Center.
You probably literally send a signal from here down to there and match it up.
Here's what they do. Here's what they say. I know what they do. They say, move your foot left. Point your toes down. Point your toes up. That's what they do. And then they just map it.
They map it.
But now...
But it's even weirder. Then they can connect something that's not flesh and make it work.
And Aspenwood Dental's team is unsurpassed in dental implants experience and quality of work. So give them a call. 303-751-3321. That's 303-751-3321. 321 or online at Aspenwood.
Dan, you confuse the shit out of all of us. Dan sent that. That wasn't Clint. That was Dan.
I know.
I didn't know that.
What if I told you there was a stress-free way to buy?
You know, his logic is like his racquetball game. Weak.
Service helps you buy. Then list your old home once you're all moved out. That means you'll never have to deal with showings, open houses, double moves, or double mortgages. And to make sure you get the best possible price, Orchard can also handle making repairs or updates.
Dave's right. You finally worked into being a pilot. It took you 3 hours today.
When did I say that?
You had a hangar next to his.
But yeah, I never said anything about being a pilot at all.
Yeah, Dave, you're wrong. He just said he had a hangar.
Jesus. You know what? Here's the point. I don't really care about it. I can actually say I'm one of the few people that actually do it for pure pleasure.
I can agree with you. You love it.
Pure pleasure.
You love it. My dad, when he flew, he did love it.
I love that fucking air coupe so much. It makes me smile when I look at it. It's like a big toy. It's so cool. Trust me, it's anything but status, that thing.
I believe that you deserve
it's driven me broke. God dang.
Did you end up having it rebuilt?
No. But guess what? There's still a jury out on that. I have a specialist coming. No, nothing conclusive. This thing is running perfect. They told me if I can run the prop through like that, and there's no friction, nothing, and they said, Mark, I know what happened. The T-fitting, there's a T-fitting that goes off to the gauge. I'm not a T-fitting, but it's a separate, it's not a flow-through. So I think that line was clogged. Because when I took it off to prime it, it wouldn't go in there. You know, you can prime it in a number of different places. Okay, so there's a place to prime it above the oil pump.
I know what you're saying. So you don't think there was any constriction of oil going to the engine?
When I
just
took off, here's why. All of the places they told me to prime it, oil came gushing out when they opened it. I'd start opening it, I had to close it. There was nowhere to prime.
But when you did that one,
when I took this one out, it was static oil in there. So I tried to pour more in, and it wasn't. It was just over. So I went like that. Anyway.
So something was in there.
That's what I'm thinking, because no one can explain. No one can explain why it feels perfect.
So you can feel confident you're buying the right property at an affordable price with the best possible loan program. At American Financing, they are really in it for you. They're your one-stop shop when it comes to home buying. Open 7 days a week, including evening hours. So don't put off that dream home any longer. Move up to something bigger or buy a...
How long have you been using Excel for? Not roofing services. God, 10, 15 years?
At AmericanFinancing.net.
This is Dave Logan, the law offices of Dave Campus, a serious law firm for serious cases.
Weekdays 2 to 4.
The Situation with...
All right, guys, back in about 15 seconds.
Eminent bureaucrat can speak. The chief of the United States Post Office, the postmaster, says the post office may actually make mail slower in order to make mail faster. Yeah, figure that one out. Let's talk about it at 2.
Hi, Tom Martino, your Troubleshooter.
303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, to answer questions, to take complaints, so you can get your calls in. We have plenty of time at 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. And as a last note reminder, financial problems, bills piling up due to the pandemic, winkandwink.com. Winkandwink.com. It's very important you know that, because we're about to go through some rough waters here. I don't know what's going to happen, but Mark, when this this eviction bubble bursts, where are all these tenants going to go? Because landlords are going to want payments. They're going to want payments. And you know they didn't save the money. What are they going to do?
Well, the government might bail them out.
Well, how do you think? Do you think, wait a minute. How do you think that would look? How would that, they would actually give them a check for their back rent?
I don't know what's going to happen.
Because everyone has different amounts of back rent. And what about the poor saps that never used it as an excuse?
Look, man, we give free health care to anybody that crosses the border now. So what do you want me to say?
Well, okay. Here's
good, bad, or indifferent. My point is, it wouldn't surprise me. And honestly, in a way, I hope they do bail out the landlords, because they're the ones that have been paying, or hopefully paying their mortgages, while they're getting, screwed.
Anyway, Bitcoins. Let's just, and please, you can call, as I said, with anything, 303-713-TALK. And before I start the Bitcoin story, Suze, do you have an update or a story on UPS?
I have a personal story on UPS that happened to me yesterday.
And how they suck or how they're good?
How they suck.
Oh, I like that. Go ahead. I would let you even if you loved them, but go ahead.
Okay, so I have someone in my bestie. She sends me Sherry's berries every year for my birthday.
Sherry's berries, okay.
So they're chocolate-covered berries.
Oh, and we never mentioned her birthday.
Oh, that's okay.
But we did behind the scenes, folks.
Yeah.
Don't think we forgot her. Okay,
So they're chocolate-covered berries, strawberries, Tom. They're delicious. They come, with the ice pack, and they're overnighted. So I got them yesterday. They were warm, melted. The ice was melted. They were a mess. They were overnighted. They were supposed to be delivered on Friday, and I got them yesterday.
Yeah.
So
you're
anyway,
lucky. Well, you're lucky you got them. You're lucky you got them.
You got the old wilted fruit.
No, seriously, because they suck so much. You know what? It's really not even worth talking about. I will never use them. Never. UPS
Wait a minute.
sucks.
Wait a minute. Never.
Well, Mark, if I don't have a choice, meaning not me, but if I order something and that person I bought it from, let's say on eBay, sends it out UPS, I mean, I don't have a choice there. But, man, do they suck. Okay, so Bitcoins. When these guys started Bitcoin, they envisioned a world currency and would overlook borders and not care about borders or anything else. And they wanted governments not involved with no way to control it. So they wanted a decentralized currency. So there would have to be an agreement on how to use this, which would mean peer-to-peer transactions. With a peer-to-peer transaction, you agree to exchange Bitcoins. Now, in order to give Bitcoin a value, that's entirely up to the people. And to mine them in the beginning took only a few minutes, because as a Bitcoin was mined or issued, it had a clean bill of health. So, Bitcoin number 1, each Bitcoin has a number. Bitcoin, and I don't know if they're numbered like number 1, 2, 3, but anyway, Bitcoin, they all have an ID. The Bitcoin was pure. It didn't have a lineage. It did not have a history, a family tree, because it had not been involved in a transaction. So when that first person got a Bitcoin and gave it to the second and traded the second person for service or product, and that second person got that Bitcoin, written into that Bitcoin's chain of transactions was that transaction with a unique transaction code. So, if someone else claimed they used that Bitcoin after that, or before that, but it came after that one was recorded, it would be compared and rejected. So each time a transaction took place, the computer would go out and look at the lineage and make sure that it was not used before in a previous transaction, kind of like recording deeds of trust on a property. In other words, if I claimed that on September 4th, I'm buying this product with this, and then after that, somebody said that they used it on September 3rd, it would be recorded, and they couldn't do it. These blockchains, these transactions, these lineages get longer and longer as the Bitcoins exist. So then it became harder and harder for a computer to verify a transaction. And in fact, they wanted to verify transactions 3 times or more. So they enlisted other computers and said, hey, if you help verify these lineages for transactions, you will earn Bitcoins. Well, that was pretty easy, because instead of taking 5 minutes now, it took 10 minutes or 15, until finally it took days and days and days to verify hundreds of transactions, thousands of transactions. And then all of these computers in this network were rewarded bitcoins or fractions of bitcoins. So right now, when you hear people are mining bitcoins, what they are doing are assisting in verifying transactions. Their computers, this is all automated. That's the beauty of it. Now, we don't know if the original founders put backdoors in there that give them access to the common set of computers. It almost seems impossible that could happen. But do you understand that no one can shut it down? No one. They could make it illegal, but the transactions could never be prevented. There are too many computers and too many bitcoins. They envisioned having 21 million bitcoins, which could then be traded, and fractions of bitcoins could be traded. So it becomes a real currency. Now, the danger to the U.S. is that the dollar would no longer be considered the world standard. If that happens, if bitcoins ever become the world standard, it could be devastating to the United States more so than any other country.
Well, and Europe, though.
But more so because Europe depends on the dollar. So we're talking about actually a collapse in the worldwide economic system.
Well, if you think about it right now, everything, well, this will never stop. I mean, really, energy is everything, and what is the most energy is oil, and what is oil traded in? Anywhere.
Well, the U.S. dollar. But, Mark, oil is no... Okay, you're right. Oil does give some value, but... And by the way, just to say, that's one of the reasons we invaded Iraq. The very next day, after Saddam Hussein announced that he was going to not use the dollar on the bourse, the exchange, he was invaded. That was the real reason. The dollar, and why does the U.S. want the dollar to be a world standard? Because it is a way, unfortunately, a way for the U.S. to extract a tax from the world.
Manipulate.
And here's how they extract a tax.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it, by the way.
They loan or borrow services and goods. And if they do, let's say they borrow $10,000, and I'm using very stupid numbers, $10,000 of goods, services, products, or whatever from a country, a foreign country, $10,000. When they go to pay it back, they pay back $10,000, but in the meantime, they have printed loads of new money, which brought the dollar value down. And technically, they should now pay $15,000, but they don't, because it's face value of dollars. No one ever says to you, the face value of your dollar you borrowed to me. They just charge interest, but they never talk about the face value of money. Mark, if you loan someone $100,000, or if you get a mortgage for $100,000, you pay interest, yes,
of course,
but you never pay for loss of value. And that is where cryptocurrency differs, because those currencies are traded at value, at current value. It's not a 1-for-1, 2-for-2. So if you borrow 2, you may not pay back 2. You may only have to pay back 1 depending on the value assigned to it, if they assign values. But many of them are no longer assigning values and are simply taking bitcoins at their face, which means there's no way for the government to assign a gain and no way to tax it. So governments stand to lose billions and trillions of dollars in transactions, taxes, gains, taxes, income taxes. But the worst part is that the U.S. doesn't get to tax the world. That means you're going to have massive chaos. Now, I don't know what it means. I don't know if it means that having Bitcoin will be great and having dollars will be bad, or just the opposite. Can the government suddenly say we are now outlawing Bitcoins to be used in any transaction in the U.S.? I guess they could. What would that do? Then what happens to people who bought millions and millions and billions in Bitcoins? They would have to go outside of the country to trade them or to convert them. But if they do that, the government wouldn't be able to tax them. And if the government does that, they lose a lot of net worth. The government doesn't want to lose net worth of its citizens because then that makes the country more impoverished. So there is a dilemma. There is a problem that they have to deal with. They can't control it, but if they don't control it, there's some really weird stuff that's going to happen in the future. Now, most people only care about the near future because if they can make a quick buck, who cares? Like GameStop, who cares if it had value? If you could enjoy the ride from $1 to $10, that's all that mattered. Anyway, it's really an interesting dilemma, isn't it? But Bitcoins, now other people say there is other cryptocurrency, but nothing with the foothold of a Bitcoin. Nothing. And I'm saying it's going to change our world, and not necessarily for the better, but it will get government out of economics. If that happens, there's no telling what will follow, really, because most of a government's power is in its currency.
Now. All right. Become the Banker and 888 Heating. Last ones for the day.
Technologies.
From the Betfred Sports Traffic Center, a crash on the ramp on westbound 6th Avenue just past Federal has been cleared. Traffic back to normal there.
No other problems being reported on Highway.
It gives you a headache, all of this stuff talking about it. I mean, it's like,
through the metro area.
no, what will it do?
Both eastbound and
I don't know.
Off Freeway Sheridan is still closed between 49th and 52nd while crews work to replace a power pole. Fox 31 pinpoint weather, partly cloudy this afternoon. We'll drop down into the teens overnight tonight. Mostly sunny tomorrow for your Friday with a high near 40. It's 28 right now in Denver. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Janine LaRose, 630 KHAL.
I want to light up the
Technologies Advisor website. You get someone who understands there's an art to listening and can provide small business.
They track everything through your website.
Become Banker.
Powered by Intel vPro platform. Call an advisor today at 877-ASK-DOWN.
Guaranteed returns. 4% tax-free. Do you know what that means? That means a lot. And a 1% dividend. This guaranteed safe, secure investment can be gotten with a small life insurance policy that you overfund on purpose. Listen, it's like a game to do that. The insurance is not the important part. It's frosting on the cake. Joe Cano also features a guaranteed retirement pension. For both of those, call 303-779-6600. You owe it to yourself to learn more. You can register for a free webinar. BecomeTheBanker.org.
888heating.com. Affordable services, affordable equipment. Listen, everybody on YouTube and Facebook right now, do me a favor. Go to this website, 888heating.com, and look at these coupons and give me feedback. I'm not kidding. Do that for me right now. I know you're out there, 888heating.com. And for those of you that are not on there right now, please, you have to check this company out. 888heating.com. They give you all the choices. They allow you to make the decision on your furnace, whether or not you're going to repair it or buy a new one. They'll give you all the options. Go check out their coupons right now. 888heating.com.
Warning. This product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. The new Velomax nicotine pouches have arrived. You've got flavors with 5 new options, including wintergreen and cinnamon. You've got strength with 2, 4, and the new 7 milligram strength. You've got freedom. They're tobacco leaf free, so you can enjoy them virtually anywhere. More flavors, more strengths, more freedom. You've got Velomax. Available at a convenience store near you or visit Velo.com. Nicotine products. Underage sale. Restricted to age 21 plus nicotine consumers.
Join Carpet Mill Outlet stores for their big sale event. Save up to 40% off MSRP store-wide and get special 12-month interest-free financing. Save on carpet, hardwood, waterproof flooring, tile, laminate, granite, countertops, and area rugs. Carpet Mill Outlet stores have the lowest prices guaranteed with special discounts for seniors and military.
No.
Find value
Not right now. I'm telling you, I'm locked in fucking Walmart and Nokia for the long haul, bro. I got like a $500,000 in both, maybe more.
Nokia's not good.
Nokia, I love Nokia, man. The pricing is good right now. I like them. You better like them. You got about $100,000 worth of them. You better start buying fucking Nokia phones now.
Tell me what you like about them.
They're building out 5G in a lot of countries. They've got like Austria, I think maybe even Australia.
What do you mean they're building it out?
They're delivering the chipsets and making deals with literally the country to build it out, to change their whole country to 5G.
So they're building cell sites and stuff too?
I don't know. I don't know if they just provide the chips. I don't know.
Isn't it funny how third world companies have actually bypassed the whole wiring and fiber?
Yeah, they didn't have to do any of that shit. They just
bypassed it. They skipped. They leapfrogged.
Yeah. That is kind of weird.
God can't get over the fact that he said he was busy working for doing.
They don't have the infrastructure that we have, but we didn't need the infrastructure.
You'll save money because it's trusted by more than 100,000 customers. And right now, the first 100 listeners who hear the commercial and sign up at getbecause.com/free will get a free trial pack. Supplies are limited. Don't miss out.
Well, it's all right. Put on that lipstick.
Really, it's like, it's hard sometimes to just feel motivated.
Rocket Mortgage can give you a
Rocket!
It can help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-like verification of your income, assets,
God,
and
what an
credit.
ingenious this fucking Bitcoin. And how does it get so ubiquitous? How do people do it? How does something become so viral?
Money.
I look at that. That's really funny.
So then Bitcoin is often
Watch, we'll find out it was all the U.S. government to begin with.
I was thinking,
now tell me that wouldn't be fucking
I was thinking
But in order for everybody to buy into it, we've got to act nervous about it and want nothing to do with it. But the whole time it's ours.
I thought about it on March. It's almost impossible because it's decentralized. There's no way to corral it.
I don't know. I'll tell you what's weird about it. What if they set off one of those fucking bombs that turn off all our power and shit? You can't get to your money for a month. Actually, if that happened, it wouldn't matter what the currency was. We'd all be fucked. No power for a month.
I mean,
yeah, no power for a month would be unfucking believable in the United States. Unbelievable. They ship when it's 2 days. I get upset when mine's out in Franktown for 3 hours. Can you imagine no power for a month?
Alright, guys, back on about 15.
6:30 KL.
Brighten your home and save 10% on Benjamin Moore paint by joining the Guy Ray's loyalty program. Stop by its
store or go to GUIRYS.com to sign up today. Sky Cbd, your neighborhood paint store since 1899.
I'm Tom Martino, coming to the end of a show. Going to talk to Deputy Doc, who has some comments on Bitcoin. Go ahead, Doc. What's happening? Yes, sir.
Of Bitcoin, you're going to need the dollar as a point of reference. Let me give you an example.
Why?
Let's say you and I'm going to buy a car from you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to pay in Bitcoin today, but you can't deliver the car for a week. So we're going to have to agree that a Bitcoin today, let's say it's worth $10, and next week it's worth $5. So our agreement is going to have to be, I'm going to pay you in 2 Bitcoins based upon what the value is compared to the dollar. Otherwise, somebody gets screwed.
Well, hold on now. That's so 2020. Let me explain this. You're right if we use it as our barometer. But if we purposely don't care, we just don't care, and we set a value between the two of us based on our own comfort level, there's nothing to say I can't tell you, guess what? I'll take 1 Bitcoin. Period. You could even say 1 Bitcoin payable in a year. But here's the deal. I mean, I understand that most of us think in terms of the dollar, but we don't. There's nothing that makes it mandatory to do that. In other words, it's not It's just, let's put it this way. An ounce of gold, people think an ounce of gold changed in its value. It didn't. It's exactly the same as it was when it first came out. You can buy exactly the same with an ounce of gold now as you could 100 years ago. Because it didn't change. Only the representation of it changed. Anyway, I know what you mean. It has to be by agreement. It has to be by agreement, and somebody has to have a standard if they don't agree that in and of itself the Bitcoin is a standard. I know, it gets confusing. Thank you, Doc, for your comments. We are just out of time. I'm Tom Martino. Don't forget, referralist.com.
Tell me, what is this town meeting? What it is?
I couldn't fucking tell you, but it better not be too long. I would assume it's a sales meeting. That's all I heard. That's what else would they do? Right?
I took care of everything, Sue. Aren't I responsible?
I'm a big boy, teacher.
Recommend Blue Sky CBD exclusively. The reason behind this is their products are created using the highest quality CBD in the country. They guarantee potency and purity, and their formulas are created using international research to ensure that you get the dosage you need to find the relief you deserve. You'd be amazed at the reviews at BlueSkyCBD.com. Use promo code KNOW for 30% off and try the same balm I use for only $14. You're not going to be disappointed. BlueSky-CBD.com. Promo code KNOW for 30% off. BlueSky-CBD.com.
Hi, this is Kelsey Grant. When military...
Okay, I got to go to this shoot, so I can't stick around. Set up those formed in
the back row. Join us at Blue.
Here, I'll send you the invite. Let me see.
I'm putting it on my phone. There. I'm going to put it there. So
oh my God, what is this doing?
It won't matter. I will put it on my phone, so then I'll have it. Thanks. Okay. I'll see you guys.
This is weird. I wonder why I got nada. I wonder why I got nada.
Oh, I remoted in, so maybe that's...
Yeah, but I mean, this TV won't even go past the screen. That would really be fucked up. Look at this. Oh my God. This TV's fucked. It's fucking bullshit. This is where all my shit is. Maybe both of us might be at the fucking meeting, because this is my only way to do it in the next few minutes.
Can't you do it on mine?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't even have the invite. This is absurd. Let's see if that does it. Okay, what did it do? Nothing. This is really crazy. Maybe I can reboot this whole monitor.
Just switch out these two monitors.
Oh yeah, maybe I could do that actually.
You know, like this one to your left.
Yeah. This is fucking nutty buddy.
Unless the wire's bad, but if the wire were bad, you wouldn't have...
There
there it goes. That's weird.
That is fucking weird. That's really weird.
Alright, I'm going for my allergy shot.
Alright, give me a kiss, babe. I'll see you in the morning.
Okay, have fun. Love you.
Sure you do.
Stay out of trouble.
You got the key.
Yeah, I'll have fun with my key.
Okay, what the hell was the name of it again?
Teams, I think is what it's called. Usually you can, I think, access it right on your calendar. Just so you know. I think. And then you have it, yeah, and then if you open, no, the other, do yours, I think. That's Tom's. Oh, if you don't have it there, click here to join the meeting. I just wonder if that would help. You would think he would have his own if you look at his calendar.
Is it on his?
If you look at his calendar, that would be the best way to tell. If you could just click on it. Actually, I wonder if I could see it on my phone. Let me see. Dan says you still can't leave a voicemail. Oh, I haven't even unforwarded the phones, Daniel. Oh, they were unforwarded. Let me see Tom's tab. No, he did not. Oh, yeah. He should be able to as well. It's on his...
Send him whatever you need to send him.
Well, I can't guarantee it'll work, but I can't copy it. I'll just call him on it and tell him. Okay.
So his is just like mine. He can go and click on it, right?
Still doesn't work.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that.
Like, quick